8 signs you have the rarest psychological type on Earth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Today, we're diving into the rarest psychological type on Earth. The kind of mind that sees the world differently, not because it tries to, but because it's wired to. If you've ever felt out of place, deeply intuitive, or unusually perceptive, this video may reveal something powerful about who you really are. As you listen, try to reflect on your own experiences and ask yourself, which of these signs resonate with me most? Share your thoughts in the comments below so we can grow together as a community of self-aware, evolving souls. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where every insight is an invitation to become more of who you were always meant to be. 1. Supernatural emotional depth. You do not simply feel emotions, you navigate them like vast oceans, each wave carrying layers of meaning that most people will never notice. And this is why your emotional depth often appears supernatural to those around you. What others call mood or sensitivity unfolds within you as a full psychological symphony, where every subtle shift in energy becomes a message your inner world knows how to translate. You sense unspoken intentions, hidden emotional tones, and the quiet truths buried beneath someone's carefully crafted words. Not because you are unstable, but because you are exquisitely tuned into the deeper layers of human experience. Carl Jung called this profound inner sensitivity the doorway to the objective psyche, the realm where emotions are not just personal reactions, but windows into universal patterns of truth. Your feelings do not simply pass through you. They speak to you, guide you, and sometimes warn you, which is why you often notice emotional changes or energetic discomfort long before anyone else realizes something is wrong. This depth can make you appear intense or mysterious, but in reality, it is emotional sophistication, your ability to perceive meaning beyond the surface. And yet, this rare sensitivity often pulls you naturally towards spirituality, because you have always sensed that life moves through invisible layers, that every emotion has a spiritual echo, and that every connection carries energetic information beneath the physical interaction. As you grow, this sensitivity begins shaping your spiritual awakening, helping you recognize that inner guidance is not imagination, but intuition sharpened through emotional intelligence. You have known for a long time that what you feel is real, even when the world encourages you to numb it or doubt it. Your emotional depth becomes a compass, pointing you toward alignment, truth, and integrity, and pulling you away from environments, people, and energies that are out of resonance. This is why your presence often feels comforting yet powerful. People feel seen by you in a way they cannot explain, because you perceive the soul behind the behavior, the intention beneath the action, the wound beneath the words. But your depth has also shaped your story. You may have been told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or overthinking, when in truth, you were simply processing the world at a greater vibrational frequency than those around you. You learned early that others do not feel with the same intensity, and you may have dimmed your own emotional truth to make them comfortable. Yet, as Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you truly are is someone whose emotional complexity is not a flaw, but an extraordinary gift, an inner instrument tuned to the frequencies most people never hear. When you honor this depth, instead of suppressing it, your emotions refine into wisdom, your intuition strengthens, your self-awareness sharpens, and the world within you becomes a powerful source of clarity, perception, and spiritual strength. This is the silent brilliance behind your emotional depth. It is not chaos, but intelligence, not weakness, but refined perception, not instability, but an innate connection to truth, one that continues guiding you deeper into your spirituality and your ongoing spiritual awakening. Comment below. I honor my emotional depth. If you recognize this rare sensitivity within yourself and are ready to embrace the unique gift Carl Jung spoke about. 2. Sacred curiosity and radical questioning. You naturally live in a state of sacred curiosity and radical questioning, always drawn to the deeper meaning beneath life, systems, and relationships, never satisfied with surface-level explanations or blind conformity. While others may accept what is handed to them without resistance, you feel an inner pull to ask why, to look behind appearances, and to sense what is hidden beneath words and behaviors. This is not rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It is the mark of a rare mind, one that Carl Jung described through the transcendent function, the ability to hold paradox, to live between opposites, and to perceive truths that most people instinctively avoid because they feel uncomfortable or destabilizing. You are wired to seek meaning, not comfort. This is why you cannot fully surrender to shallow norms or rigid belief systems that lack authenticity. Your inner world refuses to settle for borrowed conclusions, emotional shortcuts, or inherited ideas that do not resonate with truth. Even when society encourages you to stay quiet, stay small, or accept what is convenient, something within you continues to whisper that there is more to life than what is visible. This inner tension between what is seen and what is felt is where both your spirituality and spiritual development quietly evolve. Because your questions are not destructive, they are awakening. They pull you inward and upward at the same time, guiding you to examine not only the world, but also your fears, your patterns, your attachments, and your unconscious motives. Because of this, you often move through life with heightened awareness. You notice emotional undercurrents in conversations, unspoken tensions in systems, and hidden motives in relationships. Not because you are suspicious, but because your perception naturally extends beyond the surface. You feel things before they are said, sense shifts before they become visible, and recognize misalignment even when everything appears fine on the outside. This depth also shapes the way you bond with others. You seek meaning over convenience, truth over performance, and authenticity over approval. Shallow connections drain you, while deep, soulful exchanges nourish you, because your inner world is designed for depth, not pretense. This same sacred curiosity that sharpens your awareness also turns inward, making you capable of profound self-reflection, emotional honesty, and inner growth. You question why you feel what you feel, why you repeat certain cycles, and what unresolved parts of you are asking to be seen. This is where real transformation begins. Because you do not escape discomfort, you study it. Jung's work lives through this process as you learn to hold both light and shadow, confidence and doubt, strength and vulnerability at once without collapsing into extremes. This capacity to exist between opposites is what allows you to evolve rather than remain fixed in fear or illusion. Yet this depth does not come without weight. At times, your mind feels heavy from constant reflection. your heart grows tired from emotional intensity, and loneliness can arise when few people seem to speak your inner language. When insight is not balanced with grounding, you may drift into overthinking, emotional fatigue, or spiritual isolation. Still, this question is not your weakness. It is your compass. It is the quiet force that keeps you aligned with growth, even when you feel lost. It explains why you are drawn to psychology, symbolism, mysticism, healing, and the unseen forces shaping human behavior. Often without knowing exactly why, only that something ancient within you is being activated. The rare truth is that minds like yours are not meant to repeat what has already been thought, but to refine it through lived awareness. You are here to challenge unconscious patterns, to embody insight, and to transform confusion into clarity through lived experience. The deeper you honor this nature, the more your life shifts from searching to recognizing, from resisting to understanding, from surviving to consciously evolving. The true value you are meant to carry forward is simple yet powerful. Trust your questions instead of silencing them. Seek truth without needing permission. Allow growth without guilt. Balance reflection with rest. And recognize that your sacred curiosity is not a burden. It is the engine of your spiritual development and the doorway through which your spirituality becomes real, embodied, and transformative. 3. Conscious independence and self-built identity. You developed your psychological independence early in life, not because the path was gentle, but because adversity required you to rely on your own inner strength long before you could safely rely on anyone else. Instead of seeking constant validation from the outside world, you learned to build your identity from within, layer by layer, through self-reflection, endurance, and quiet self-trust. This inner construction of the self is what Carl Jung called individuation, the lifelong journey toward becoming whole, a process most people unconsciously avoid because it demands responsibility, honesty, and the courage to face both light and shadow. When others were learning how to belong by fitting in, you were learning how to survive by standing alone. Over time, that separation did not harden you. It refined you. What began as emotional necessity slowly transformed into inner clarity, and what once felt like isolation evolved into awareness. You no longer shape yourself to match expectations because your sense of self was forged through lived experience rather than borrowed through social roles. This is one of the clearest signs of a rare psychological type. Your identity is not assembled from approval, trends, or emotional dependence, but built through conscious choice and inner inquiry. This kind of independence carries a quiet power. You may speak softly, yet your presence feels grounded. You may choose solitude at times, yet your energy still feels steady in a crowded room. You do not cling to others to feel complete, because you learned early that wholeness must be cultivated from the inside. While many are still searching for themselves in labels, relationships, or social mirrors, you are already walking the inward path, guided by an inner compass shaped through struggle and reflection. This path is not loud, but it is deeply rooted in spiritual wisdom. As Carl Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, yet very few willingly endure the discomfort required to reach that truth. You did not wait for permission to begin that work. Life placed you on that path early, and through it, You develop discernment instead of dependency, depth instead of imitation, and self-authority instead of emotional borrowing. This does not make you cold or distant. It makes you internally anchored. Your independence is not a rejection of connection, but a mature form of it. You do not seek others to complete you, but to share with you. And this is precisely why people may feel both drawn to you and unsettled by you. At the same time, your self-built identity quietly reflects what many have not yet faced within themselves. Your inner stability exposes the fragility of unconscious living without ever needing to say a word. The deeper you move along this inward journey of individuation, the more you realize that your independence is not merely psychological, but spiritual as well. You no longer look to the world to define you. You listen inward to your conscience, your intuition, and a truth that cannot be seen but can be felt. This is where spiritual awakening quietly begins, not with spectacle, but with the steady courage to stand in your truth, even when no one else understands it. And in that silent strength, your life becomes a living expression of the union between Carl Jung's psychology and timeless spiritual wisdom. Affirm your inner strength by commenting below, "I am sovereign in my identity." Let this be your reminder that your independence and self-built identity are guiding you toward your highest truth. 4. Hyperperceptive intuition. Your hyperperceptive intuition gives you an ability that most people will never fully understand, because you do not simply observe the world, you feel it. You sense the subtle shifts in tone, the tightening of someone's jaw, the hesitation behind a forced smile, and the unspoken truth hiding beneath polished words. This is not overthinking. It is what Carl Jung described as perception via the unconscious, a natural and immediate recognition of patterns that others step over blindly. You pick up emotional undercurrents in silence, detect mismatched energy before conflict appears, and notice the tiniest fractures in someone's behavior long before they become visible to the rest of the world. And while people may misunderstand this depth as suspicion or sensitivity, you intuitively know it is far more precise than that, because your mind works in layers. What others hear as conversation, you experience as information woven with nuance, tension, and meaning that lives between the lines. Yet this level of awareness, when left unprotected, can slowly drain you from the inside out, because feeling so much requires boundaries that most people with your rare psychological type never learned to set early in life, especially when they were conditioned to be the healer, the listener, the emotional anchor for everyone else. This intuitive gift becomes heavy not because it is wrong, but because it is constant. You absorb the unresolved grief of a friend when they step into the room. You sense the disappointment someone carries, even when they say they are fine. You feel the shift in someone's energy the moment they lose trust, and you detect misalignment in relationships long before the breakup arrives. And while all of this gives you profound psychological insight, it also becomes a silent burden, because your nervous system is processing information that others are not aware they are even expressing. This is why emotional burnout appears in your life, not as sudden collapse, but as slow erosion. Too much empathy, too many unspoken responsibilities, too much merging with people who never realized how deeply you felt them. Jung warned that without conscious boundaries, the unconscious becomes a force that overwhelms rather than guides. And this is precisely the tension you live through. Sensing everything, yet not always knowing how to filter what isn't yours. Here is where spirituality becomes essential, not as belief, but as a practice of self-preservation. Because your spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your intuition is not meant to carry people, but to clarify your own path. As you grow into this awareness, you start recognizing that your intuition is not random. It is a compass. It tells you when a room is unsafe before your logic catches up. It warns you when someone's words do not match their energy. It guides you toward people whose presence feels like alignment and distances you from those whose presence feels like heaviness. With time, you learn that not every emotional signal requires intervention. Not every tension requires healing. And not every sorrow you sense belongs in your hands. You begin to separate empathy from responsibility, compassion from self-abandonment, and awareness from absorption. And once you understand that your sensitivity is not weakness, but refined perception, you stop apologizing for noticing what others overlook. You stop shrinking yourself to make people comfortable. You stop explaining how you know things you shouldn't know. Instead, you trust the quiet truth rising inside you, the same truth that Jung spent his life studying. When the unconscious speaks, the wise learn to listen. And in honoring this rare gift with stronger boundaries, clearer intuition, and deeper self-respect, you transform your hyper-perceptive nature from emotional exhaustion into spiritual clarity, allowing your inner world to become not a sponge for others, but a sanctuary for yourself. 5. Intense craving for meaning and authenticity. You carry an intense craving for meaning and authenticity that quietly governs the way you think, feel, and move through the world. And this is why you cannot tolerate inauthenticity in any form. Shallow goals feel empty to you. Surface-level conversations feel exhausting, and unaligned paths feel almost painful to follow because your inner world demands truth, coherence, and depth. You are not satisfied with appearances or borrowed identities. You want what is real beneath the surface. This inner demand is not something you learned. It is built into your psychological structure, and it constantly pulls you toward alignment between who you are inside and how you live on the outside. Because you live with this level of inner integrity, you naturally reject what is false without needing to argue or attack it. You may simply lose interest, withdraw your energy, or quietly choose a different path. Yet even in your silence, your presence has an effect. Without intending to, you challenge others to confront their own masks, because your refusal to participate in illusion highlights where others are still pretending. In this way, you function as what can only be described as an evolutionary catalyst. Change is stirred in your presence, not because you demand it, but because your way of being exposes what is misaligned. As Carl Jung expressed so powerfully, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this truth is not just an idea for you. It is a lived experience that shapes your daily choices. Your devotion to truth often places you on a different rhythm from the world around you. You may feel out of place in environments that reward performance over substance or status over sincerity. What excites others may leave you cold, while what truly moves you is meaning, purpose, and inner coherence. This is where your path of spirituality and spiritual development deepens, not through rituals alone, but through the constant inner refinement of values, motives, and identity. You are not driven to accumulate more masks. You are driven to remove them. Over time, your standards in relationships, work, and even self-expression become more precise, not because you are becoming rigid, but because your clarity is sharpening. This clarity, however, can be misunderstood. Some may see your intensity as judgment, your distance as coldness, or your silence as superiority. In truth, your intensity is simply devotion, your distance is discernment, and your silence is often self-protection. You are not rejecting people, you are rejecting falseness. And this rejection is not destructive, it is surgical. It removes what does not belong so that what is true can finally breathe. Each time you choose alignment over comfort, or truth over approval, something old dissolves and something more essential begins to take shape. Your life, therefore, becomes less about fitting into the world as it is, and more about embodying the deeper potential of who you are becoming. Growth for you does not feel like climbing higher. It feels like going deeper. It feels like shedding, refining, and remembering. You begin to realize that your sensitivity to falseness is not a weakness to be corrected, but a gift to be mastered. It protects you from wasting years on what does not matter. It guides you toward relationships built on truth rather than performance. It anchors you in a form of spirituality that is lived through integrity, not merely spoken through beliefs. And through this discipline of inner honesty, you quietly encourage others to begin their own transformation simply by standing in what is real. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming your search for meaning into true inner fulfillment. 6. Continuous evolution and outgrowing the familiar. You repeatedly outgrow people, places, and even the versions of yourself you once believed would last forever. And this constant shedding is not instability. It is the natural rhythm of transformation that Carl Jung described as psychological death and rebirth. Each time you evolve, something within you must quietly end so something deeper can begin. And that process is rarely comfortable. You begin to feel that you can no longer return to spaces that once felt familiar because they now require you to dim your truth, soften your awareness, or pretend to be smaller than you have become. What once felt like home now feels restrictive, and this inner conflict is one of the clearest signatures of a rare psychological type. As your awareness expands, your tolerance for what is false, stagnant, or misaligned disappears. And this is where many relationships, environments, and even identities begin to fall away. People who once understood you may no longer recognize you, not because you are lost, but because you have changed at a level they cannot yet follow. Jung once said, "What looks like a breakdown is often a breakthrough." And this truth becomes visible in your life as cycles of ending and renewal that shape your character again and again. Every time you rise into a new level of clarity, you lose access to the world you came from. And that loss can feel painful, confusing, and deeply lonely. Yet this loneliness is not emptiness. It is the space where your new self is being formed. You are no longer able to bend your values just to preserve connection, and you no longer have the ability to ignore what your soul now sees. Your growth becomes irreversible. Once a truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. Once your inner world shifts, your outer world must eventually follow. This is why others may resist your change, judge it, or misunderstand it. Your evolution reflects what they may still be avoiding within themselves, and not everyone is ready to face that reflection. This is where spiritual wisdom quietly weaves into psychological transformation. You are not simply changing for ambition, success, or appearance. You are changing because something inside you demands alignment between who you are becoming and how you are living. You would rather experience discomfort than live in contradiction. You would rather walk alone than walk falsely. This is the cost of deep awareness and the quiet mark of a rare inner structure. As Carl Jung warned, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege often arrives wrapped in the pain of outgrowing what once felt safe. Each time you move forward, you leave behind not only people and places, but entire identities, old fears, old beliefs, old self-definitions that no longer hold your truth. Your life begins to feel less like a straight road and more like a series of initiations. Endings arrive without asking permission. New beginnings rise before you feel ready. Yet with every cycle, your inner authority strengthens, your clarity deepens, and your attachment to illusion weakens. You slowly stop fearing loss because you finally understand that every loss has been shaping your ability to live authentically. At a certain point, you no longer ask why doors keep closing behind you. You understand that they close because you no longer belong in the rooms they lead to. This awareness is not only psychological, it is spiritual. True spiritual wisdom is not about staying the same while speaking higher truths. It is about allowing your entire being to transform in alignment with what you now see as real. And the more you honor this inner evolution, the more you realize that your constant change is not chaos. It is the quiet proof of an awakened inner compass, guided not by comfort, but by truth. As Carl Jung revealed through the depths of the human psyche. 7. Transformational presence. Your presence carries a quiet gravity that few can name but many can feel. A gentle yet undeniable pull that makes people open up, soften, and unravel truths they have kept buried for years. Because something about the way you listen without judgment, without rushing, without needing to prove anything, creates an atmosphere where the soul finally exhales. Carl Jung called this the helper syndrome, a rare psychological pattern found in those whose empathy is so deep and whose spirituality is so instinctive that transformation happens around them almost effortlessly. You don't force change. You don't preach change. You simply embody a stillness that invites others to find themselves again, as if your energy quietly tells them, "It's safe now. You can come home to yourself." And yet, this powerful gift often begins as a subtle pattern you don't even notice at first. Strangers confide in you within minutes. Friends tell you their darkest truths with trembling voices, and people who usually hide behind emotional armor suddenly break open in your presence. They might say, "I don't know why I'm telling you this." And the truth is, they don't, but their subconscious does. Your presence feels like a sanctuary, a warm room in the middle of a storm, a soft ground where their defenses melt and their real selves step forward. This is the mark of someone deep in the process of spiritual awakening, someone whose inner clarity and emotional intelligence naturally extend into the outer world. People feel lighter after talking to you, not because you solved their problems, but because your calmness reorganizes their chaos. Like two chemical substances meeting, as Jung famously said, if there is any reaction, both are transformed. And with you, there is always a reaction gentle, healing, and often life-changing. But with this gift comes a quiet burden, one that grows heavier if you don't learn the spiritual wisdom hidden underneath. When you hold space so deeply for others, you risk becoming their emotional anchor, the person they lean on for stability, clarity, and meaning. And while your empathy is expansive, it is not infinite. Over time, you may notice your energy fading after long conversations, your thoughts sinking under the emotional weight you've absorbed, your spirit becoming quieter, not in peace, but in exhaustion. This is where discernment becomes essential. You are here to guide, not to carry, to reflect, not to absorb, to support, not to lose yourself inside someone else's inner storm. Without boundaries, the helper becomes the one who needs help, not because they are weak, but because they gave too much without realizing their own needs. As your spirituality deepens, you learn to distinguish between being present and being consumed. You begin to understand that true service does not wound the servant, and real compassion does not require self-sacrifice. You start recognizing the moments when someone seeks your presence not to heal, but to escape their own responsibility. The moments when silence is wiser than advice. The moments when walking away is more loving than staying. And with this awareness, your transformational presence evolves into something even stronger, an energy that heals without draining, that guides without rescuing, that empowers without absorbing the other person's shadows. Your role changes from emotional sponge to conscious mirror, from quiet caretaker to awakened soul who knows how to hold space without losing yourself inside it. And in that shift, you discover the rarest truth of all. Your presence transforms others most powerfully when you are also fully present for yourself. To honor your transformational presence, declare it with confidence. Comment below, "I rise and transform," to affirm your growth and inspire others to awaken their power too. 8. Deep inner sense of purpose. Even if undefined, you feel a quiet but persistent pull towards something meaningful that you cannot yet fully explain. And this feeling is neither random nor driven by ego, but rises from a deeper place within you. Carl Jung described this mysterious force as potential-seeking expression, a truth that lives in your soul long before your mind can give it a name. When you ignore this inner calling, life may begin to feel strangely empty, heavy with anxiety, or lacking direction, even when everything on the surface appears successful. Yet when you begin to live in harmony with it, a subtle but powerful sense of peace and fulfillment starts to grow. Not because all your questions are answered, but because your inner and outer worlds begin moving in the same direction through spirituality and spiritual development. This inner purpose often reveals itself through restlessness, deep sensitivity to meaning, and an unshakable sense that you were meant for more than survival, routines, or shallow ambition. You may feel different from others, not because you are better, but because you are wired to search beneath the surface of life. The discomfort you experience when living out of alignment is not a weakness. It is a signal from your psyche that something essential is being ignored. Jung believed that when this inner voice is suppressed, the soul suffers, and that suffering often shows up as emotional fatigue, dissatisfaction without a clear cause, or the haunting feeling that your true life has not yet fully begun. As you begin to listen inwardly, even in small ways, you may notice gentle shifts unfolding. Your priorities start to change, your relationships transform, and your choices become guided more by inner truth than by external validation. What once felt like confusion begins to reveal itself as preparation. What once felt like weakness becomes a pathway to depth, and what once felt like loneliness becomes space for authenticity. You are no longer driven by the need to impress, but by the desire to become real. Peace does not come from certainty, but from sincerity. It does not come from control, but from trust. It does not come from perfection, but from honest participation in your own becoming. Your purpose does not arrive as a loud revelation or a single dramatic moment. More often, it appears as a direction rather than a destination, a way of being rather than a status or title. It guides you through intuition, moments of discomfort, unexpected synchronicities, and quiet inner resonance. As you follow these signals, your outer world slowly reshapes itself to mirror the truth you are discovering within. You may not immediately gain clarity about where the path will lead, but you gain something far more powerful: a sense of coherence, a feeling that your thoughts, values, and actions are finally aligned. The deeper message is clear. Your inner calling is real, even when it feels undefined. And ignoring it breeds anxiety, while honoring it cultivates peace. Discomfort often acts as a compass rather than a flaw, and true fulfillment grows from alignment rather than achievement. Your spiritual development unfolds not through force, pressure, or comparison, but through quiet awareness, courage, and steady attention to what your soul has been trying to express all along. In the end, discovering that you may carry one of the rarest psychological types on earth is not about feeling superior. It is about understanding your depth, your sensitivity, and your unique responsibility to the world. As Carl Jung so beautifully revealed through his wisdom, if these 8 signs resonate with your inner life, it may be a reminder that your way of seeing, feeling, and thinking is not meant to be hidden, but honored and refined through self-awareness and conscious growth. If you found value in this message, please like the video, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep psychological and spiritual teachings. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, self-discovery, and inner awakening. When the empath becomes the authority, the rare inner shift explained by Jung. Whoever looks outside dreams. Whoever looks inside awakens. Carl Jung's words capture the exact moment this transformation begins: the rare inner shift when the empath stops being overwhelmed and steps into quiet, unshakable authority. In today's episode of Spiritual Wisdom, when the empath becomes the authority, the rare inner shift, explained by Jung, we explore how sensitivity, when integrated with self-mastery, becomes true psychological power. Have you ever felt this shift happening within you, or sensed that it's approaching? Share your thoughts in the comments, and as you listen, reflect on how these principles might change the way you move, speak, and protect your energy in daily life. 1. Empaths are not weak. They are high-level perceivers in disguise. Empaths are not weak. They are high-level perceivers operating beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. And Carl Jung understood this long before the world had the language for it. What looks like fragility on the outside is often the sign of a psyche running extremely advanced pattern recognition on the inside. These individuals track micro-expressions, emotional shifts, unspoken wounds, and hidden motives with a level of precision that most people will never consciously reach. Their nervous system is not merely reacting, it is reading. It is listening for the truth beneath tone, posture, silence, and energy. This is why empaths often feel overwhelmed. Their mind is processing emotional data from every direction, even data others never notice. Yet Jung saw that this overwhelm is only the first layer of the empath's journey, because beneath the sensitivity lies a profound spiritual intelligence waiting to be integrated. Many empaths grow up believing something is wrong with them because they feel so much. But what they are really experiencing is a spiritual awakening disguised as emotional overload. They sense misalignment before words reveal it. They feel tension before conflict erupts. And they register the emotional temperature of a room the moment they walk in. Jung observed that this is not a flaw, but a sign of heightened perceptual development, an instinctive, unconscious tracking system activated long before the empath ever understands its power. As life unfolds, this sensitivity forces the empath into deep inner work. They are pushed to question why they absorb so much, why they attract certain people, why they can predict emotional outcomes, and why they sense the truth others ignore. And through this questioning, they begin moving from unconscious sensitivity to conscious perception. This is the moment Jung described as the true inner shift, the point where the empath stops drowning in emotional currents and begins interpreting them. Interpretation brings clarity. Clarity brings calm. Calm brings authority. The empath, who once reacted to everything, now responds with precision because they finally understand the mechanics of their own inner world. When this shift happens, something extraordinary begins to take form. The empath no longer internalizes every emotional storm as their responsibility. Instead, they become a center of gravity within the storm. They witness pain without collapsing into it. They observe manipulation without being deceived by it. And they recognize hidden motives without absorbing the toxicity behind them. Their compassion sharpens into discernment. Their sensitivity strengthens into self-possession. And their presence becomes a form of quiet authority that others instinctively respect. Jung emphasized that this transformation is one of the most powerful developments a human can undergo. Because it does not harden the empath's heart, it elevates it. The empath's depth, once a source of suffering, becomes a source of wisdom. Their vulnerability becomes emotional intelligence. Their openness becomes insight. And their path, once shaped by overwhelm, becomes shaped by sovereignty. This inner evolution is how spirituality and psychology converge inside the empath. What once felt like too much becomes precisely what makes them powerful. What once made them targets for manipulation now makes them immune to it. And the person who once absorbed everyone's emotions becomes the one who guides others through theirs, not through dominance, but through presence, clarity, and a depth of perception that few can comprehend, but everyone feels. 2. Their greatest gift was suppressed, not broken. Their greatest gift was suppressed, not broken. And for empaths, this suppression becomes a lifelong pattern of absorbing tension, manipulation, and subtle cruelty while being told that the problem is their sensitivity. You grow up hearing that you are too emotional, too reactive, or too dramatic. And over time, you begin to internalize those labels as if they were facts rather than projections from people who could not handle your depth. To survive, you learn to mute your perceptions, to smile through discomfort, and to question every inner signal that tells you something is off. Carl Jung would say, "This is the moment when the soul begins to split, when you abandon your own truth to maintain harmony with people who never intended to understand you." Instead of trusting your intuition, you learn to gaslight yourself, convincing your mind to ignore what your energy already knows. Yet beneath all of this, your sensitivity remains intact, quietly observing, collecting patterns, and storing emotional data that later becomes the foundation of your spiritual development. What others saw as fragility was actually an antenna tuned to the emotional frequencies most people spend a lifetime avoiding. You were picking up the unspoken intentions behind someone's smile, the tension in someone's silence, the bitterness behind someone's joke, and even the danger in someone's kindness. These perceptions were not weaknesses. They were early expressions of an inner authority that had not yet been claimed. With time, all the betrayal, manipulation, and invalidation did not destroy your gift. They sharpened it. Every moment of being dismissed made your perception clearer. Every instance of being blamed for overreacting strengthened your discernment. Every painful lesson taught you how to read energy before you read words. This is where spirituality begins to rise within you. Because spiritual development always starts when you stop judging your sensitivity and start understanding its purpose. As this shift unfolds, you begin recognizing that your reactions were never random. They were warnings that your spirit was picking up something your mind had not yet processed. Instead of asking what is wrong with you, you start asking what the situation is trying to reveal. You notice that the people who called you too sensitive were often the very ones who benefited from your confusion. You realize your empathy was never meant to be used against you. It was meant to guide you toward truth, alignment, and self-respect. And slowly, with each awakening, your boundaries move from uncertain suggestions to quiet but firm laws. You no longer explain your feelings to people committed to misunderstanding them. You no longer shrink yourself for those who depend on your silence. You no longer apologize for seeing what others pretend not to notice. Instead, your sensitivity becomes a form of spiritual authority, calm, rooted, and unshakable. Nothing inside you was ever damaged. It was only buried. Your greatest gift, your ability to sense truth, was never broken. It was suppressed by a world that fears depth. Now your task is to reclaim it and let it evolve into clarity, discernment, and inner mastery. Your empathy is not a weakness. It is a spiritual instrument. Your awareness is not a burden. It is a guide. And every step you take in honoring this truth becomes another step in transforming your sensitivity into strength, your compassion into wisdom, and your inner knowing into the quiet authority that no one can manipulate again. Comment below. My gift rises in trust and clarity. If you are ready to reclaim the power that was never broken, only waiting to awaken. 3. The turning point is always a major betrayal. The authority shift in an empath is almost always ignited by a profound betrayal. Not a minor disappointment, but a deep emotional rupture that forces a sudden and irreversible realization. You saw every red flag, felt every quiet warning in your body, noticed every contradiction in their words and actions, yet chose to ignore your own perception in order to preserve the connection. And in that moment, the illusion collapses and the truth stands fully exposed. This is the exact confrontation Carl Jung described as facing the shadow. The buried awareness you avoided because it threatened the emotional bond you were trying to protect. And as Jung warned, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, which becomes painfully real when you understand that your suffering was not random, but the result of instincts you silenced to stay loyal to someone who is no longer aligned with your trust. This betrayal does not harden the empath into coldness. Instead, it restructures sensitivity into discernment, transforming compassion from self-sacrifice into self-respect. What once made you endlessly patient now becomes the force that draws an unbreakable boundary, not in anger, but in clarity. And spiritual wisdom begins to arise not from theory, but from lived psychological truth. You no longer over-explain your needs, overgive to earn love, or negotiate your worth for connection. Because something in your nervous system resets, your intuition shifts from whisper to command, and your awareness sharpens without becoming cruel. The wound becomes the site of authority, confirming the timeless truth that wounds are the places where the light enters you, and your presence changes in ways others can feel without you saying a word. This is the rare inner transformation Jung observed again and again in those who stopped projecting goodness onto others and began embodying truth within themselves, where empathy no longer serves as a doorway for manipulation, but becomes a mirror that reflects reality with quiet precision. You do not become distant, you become exact. You do not become bitter, you become grounded. You do not seek control, yet your energy now carries gravity. The empath who integrates betrayal through awareness becomes nearly impossible to deceive afterward, not because distrust dominates them, but because self-trust has fully taken root. And this is where spiritual awakening deepens into lived authority, anchored not in dominance, but in alignment, self-governance, and unshakable inner clarity shaped through experience and confirmed through the psychological insight of Carl Jung. 4. After integration, the empath becomes unmanipulatable. Once the empath stops denying their perception, the transformation becomes permanent, not because the world changes, but because their relationship with truth changes. What once felt like oversensitivity becomes discernment, and what once felt like emotional burden becomes inner stability rooted in spirituality and deep spiritual awakening. The need to please others quietly dissolves, not out of bitterness, but out of understanding that approval was never the same as connection. People-pleasing fades because the empath no longer abandons their inner signals to maintain external harmony. They begin to recognize that chronic self-sacrifice was never compassion, but conditioning. And with that realization, kindness becomes intentional rather than compulsive. As this awareness stabilizes, boundaries emerge without guilt. The empath no longer explains themselves endlessly or feels responsible for others' emotional reactions. Boundaries are no longer built from fear of conflict, but from clarity of self-worth. Saying no longer feels like an act of cruelty, but like an act of alignment. This change alone alters every relationship dynamic, because manipulation depends on guilt, and guilt no longer has authority here. Toxic relationships begin to collapse quietly, without public scenes, without justification speeches, and without emotional warfare. Not because the empath has become cold, but because they no longer require chaos to validate their decision to leave. They exit because they see clearly, and seeing clearly is now enough. Perhaps the most striking shift of all is that the empath no longer apologizes for perceiving the truth. They no longer say sorry for noticing inconsistencies, hidden motives, emotional undercurrents, or manipulative patterns. They do not soften their awareness to protect others from discomfort. This does not make them aggressive or arrogant. It makes them grounded. Apologies return only where responsibility truly exists, not where self-erasure is expected. At this stage, psychological immunity forms naturally. Manipulation loses its grip because manipulation can only function where self-doubt still operates. Once perception is trusted, influence collapses. What emerges is not emotional hardness, but emotional sovereignty. Compassion remains, but it is no longer exploitable. Sensitivity remains, but it is now armored with consciousness. This is the rare inner shift Jung observed, the moment when the empath integrates both light and shadow and becomes unmanipulatable, not by force, but by wholeness. If this message resonated with you, support the channel by liking, subscribing, and turning on the notification bell so you never miss future insights like this. And if you're ready to step into your unmanipulatable power, type in the comments, "I stand in my authority." 5. They gain strategic power without losing compassion. Jung called this transformation the weaponization of compassion. And it does not mean the empath becomes cold, ruthless, or emotionally closed. It means you become precise. You still feel deeply. You still care. You still sense what others are carrying beneath their words. But you no longer offer your heart without discernment. You begin to understand that your sensitivity is not a liability, but a form of strategic intelligence, allowing you to read subtle shifts in tone, unspoken motivations, and emotional undercurrents that others miss entirely. Through your spirituality and spiritual development, you realize that empathy without boundaries once made you vulnerable, but empathy, joined with self-respect, now makes you powerful. You no longer rush to defend yourself or explain your pain to those who benefit from misunderstanding you. Instead, you let silence, distance, and calm clarity do the work. Protection replaces resentment, stillness replaces reaction, and discernment replaces emotional overexposure. What once drained you now quietly teaches you how to move through the world with dignity. Over time, you recognize that every manipulation you endured trained your awareness. Every betrayal sharpened your perception, and every moment of being taken for granted forced your nervous system to evolve. Jung observed that when the empath integrates the shadow, the part of the psyche that holds anger, limits, and self-protection, you stop being easily controlled because you no longer fear your own power. You begin to see that compassion does not require self-erasure, and kindness does not demand self-betrayal. You still listen, but you listen with your whole body. You still care, but you no longer carry what is not yours. Your no becomes clean instead of guilty. Your yes becomes deliberate instead of automatic. And your presence becomes grounded instead of reactive. Instead of trying to save everyone, you start to choose where your life energy belongs, understanding that access to you is a privilege, not a right. As this inner authority strengthens, relationships reorganize themselves without force. Some people fall away naturally when they realize your empathy can no longer be exploited, while others rise to meet the new standard your nervous system now holds. You stop seeking revenge because you no longer need it. You understand that revenge ties you to the very energy you are trying to outgrow. Real power now lives in your emotional regulation, your boundaries, and your refusal to collapse back into the version of yourself that survived by overgiving. Your empathy becomes refined rather than muted, focused rather than scattered, selective rather than indiscriminate. You still feel the world, but the world no longer feeds on you. What emerges is not domination, but inner governance. The quiet authority of someone who finally directs their own energy, chooses their own battles, and reserves their deepest compassion for those who can truly receive it without destroying it. 6. Their presence alone exposes truth. After true integration, their presence alone exposes truth in a way that no argument ever could. You no longer need to explain, justify, confront, or prove anything. Your energy does the work for you. This is what Carl Jung meant when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Once you have faced your own shadow, healed what once controlled you, and reclaimed your inner center, you stop reflecting other people's illusions and begin reflecting their reality. The shift is quiet, but it is irreversible. Toxic people feel it first. They grow uneasy without knowing why. There is no fight, no drama, no exposure through words, yet something inside them feels seen, and that is enough to make them instinctively retreat. At the same time, authentic people respond in the opposite way. They feel safe, understood, and grounded in your presence. They are drawn to you not because you try to attract them, but because your nervous system is calm, your boundaries are embodied, and your identity is no longer rooted in pleasing or performing. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, clarity without cruelty, strength without domination. Compassion no longer drains you because it is no longer self-sacrifice. It becomes luminous stability. Your silence carries weight. Your calm disrupts manipulation. Your presence settles chaos. This is the rare inner authority Jung observed in only a few individuals, not power over others, but power within the self. As the saying goes, the truth does not need to be defended. It only needs to be embodied. Once it is embodied, false dynamics begin to collapse on their own. Conversations become simpler. Emotional manipulation loses its grip. You are no longer pulled into confusion because confusion cannot survive coherence. You may notice that certain people vanish without confrontation, while others suddenly treat you with a level of respect that once felt unreachable. This is not because you became harder. It is because you became whole. As Jung warned, people will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul. Your presence invites that confrontation without forcing it, and not everyone is willing to face themselves. Those who are ready will draw closer. Those who are not will quietly disappear. Both outcomes are correct. This is the moment when the empath stops absorbing the emotional atmosphere and becomes the stabilizing center within it. Sensitivity turns into discernment. Compassion turns into clarity. Spiritual awakening stops feeling like vulnerability and starts feeling like grounded authority. And if you sense this shift happening in your life right now, the sudden distancing of certain people, the effortless respect replacing old entitlement, the quiet gravity replacing overgiving, this is not loss. This is integration. This is spiritual wisdom becoming embodied. This is the exact transformation Carl Jung spent his life trying to understand. The empath no longer surviving the world, but standing within it as a steady force of truth. If this message resonated with your soul today, leave a comment of affirmation. My presence stands in truth, and truth flows through me. Let this declaration anchor your inner authority and awaken your spiritual awareness. 7. True authority is sovereignty over the inner world. The final evolution of your soul is never about gaining control over others. It is the quiet and powerful mastery over your own perception, energy, and boundaries. And this is the moment when spirituality becomes lived experience instead of abstract theory. You begin to realize that authority is not the loudest voice in the room, but the calm inner presence that cannot be shaken. Because the empath, who once absorbed the emotions of everyone around them, starts to understand that their sensitivity was never meant to be a burden. It was meant to become a form of spiritual awakening. When this shift takes place, you stop moving through the world as someone who reacts to everything and everyone. Instead, you become someone who responds with intention, clarity, and self-respect. The empath becomes the sovereign of their inner kingdom, seeing clearly, loving deeply, and engaging consciously without ever abandoning themselves again. This inner authority begins with perception. You start recognizing that not every criticism is truth. Not every emotion you feel belongs to you. And not every person deserves the privilege of influencing your inner world. Instead of collapsing under judgment, you pause and examine. Is this my truth or their projection? That pause becomes your power. It is the moment where the witness within you awakens. The part of you that can observe thoughts and feelings without being controlled by them. And through that witnessing, your spirituality deepens and your emotional reality becomes something you shape instead of something that shapes you. From perception, your transformation flows into energy. Your life force, which once poured outward toward everyone who needed comfort, validation, or healing, returns to you with purpose. You no longer throw your empathy into situations that drain you. You begin directing it toward spaces and people who honor your presence. You understand that your energy is sacred and that protecting it is not selfish. It is the foundation of every spiritual awakening. Your yes becomes intentional. Your no becomes powerful. And your silence becomes a form of self-preservation rather than withdrawal. You are no longer available to chaos, guilt manipulation, or emotional dependency. You learn not only when to step forward with love, but also when to step back with wisdom. And from energy, you naturally rise into boundaries. What once felt like walls now become the architecture of peace within your inner kingdom. You stop over-explaining, over-giving, and over-compromising. You stop carrying other people's suffering as if it is your spiritual responsibility. You start to see that real compassion is not the act of saving everyone. It is the act of refusing to abandon yourself in the process. This makes your love stronger, not weaker, clearer, not colder. You love without losing yourself. You give without draining yourself. You care without collapsing into others' emotional storms. Your empathy remains, but it is no longer untamed. It now has a backbone, a structure, and a purpose. In this sovereign state, authority becomes inner alignment rather than outer dominance. You can feel anger without becoming reactive, sadness without becoming lost, love without losing boundaries. You can walk away from what does not honor you, even when your heart still cares, trusting that the divine is guiding you towards something more aligned. The question, how can I make them value me, fades, replaced by the deeper knowing, my worth is innate. It is not up for negotiation. Your presence changes because your center has changed. Your voice carries a calm certainty. Your choices reflect your self-respect. And your heart is still open, still compassionate, has finally learned how to stay open without being unprotected. When the empath becomes the authority, it is not the loss of sensitivity, it is the mastery of it. As Carl Jung revealed, true power is born when compassion meets self-boundaries, when awareness replaces fear, and when the wounded healer finally stands in their own center. This rare inner shift is not about domination, but about sovereignty, clarity, and psychological freedom. If this message resonated with your journey, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more transformational insights. Turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos, and continue your awakening with us. Why the man who doesn't need anyone is society's greatest threat. Carl Jung famously said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around one, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to oneself." Today, on Spiritual Wisdom, we are challenging the modern myth of the lone wolf. While society might fear the man who needs no one, true power isn't about severing ties. It's about mastering your own mind so you remain whole, regardless of who is beside you. By applying these Jungian principles to your daily life, you can move from a place of lonely detachment to a state of powerful, self-assured happiness. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Is it possible to be fully part of society while remaining truly independent? share your perspective below. 1. Society is built on necessity and people who are automatically enough to create models. Have you ever stopped to consider who the most dangerous person in the world really is? Not in terms of physical violence, but in terms of disrupting the very fabric of our constructed reality? It is not the rebel who throws stones, nor the loud revolutionary screaming for attention. Rather, it is the quiet individual who is entirely at peace with themselves. To understand this, we must look at the foundation of our civilization. Society is built on necessity and people who are automatically enough to create models. This structure relies entirely on a cycle of dependency, where every individual serves as a cog in a machine, fueled by the desperate need for external validation, resources, and approval. When you look closely at the modern world, you realize that the economy is not just about money. It is an economy of emotional hunger. Everywhere you look, the mechanisms of this hunger are at work. Social media, advertising, dating, lifestyle trends are all based on making you feel lacking, not enough, needing others. These platforms are engineered to create a spiritual void within you, a hollow space that begs to be filled by a product, a like, or a partner. They whisper constant reminders that you are incomplete on your own, pushing you further away from true spirituality and deeper into a state of frantic attachment. But what happens when a person undergoes a profound spiritual awakening and realizes that the void is an illusion? A single person who fills in completely makes the whole system useless. When you realize you are whole, the advertisements lose their power. The social pressure fades into background noise, and the intricate web of societal expectation dissolves because it has nothing left to hook into. This brings us to a profound and unsettling truth. The man who needs no one is the greatest threat because he cannot be controlled. In a world that governs through leverage, the man who has no leverage points becomes invisible to the systems of power. Think about the energy required to maintain the status quo. It requires a population that is terrified of being ostracized. However, the autonomous individual operates on a different frequency entirely. He does not need recognition, does not need attention, is not terminated by the fear of rejection. Because he has found the universe within himself, the external world's carrot and stick approach becomes irrelevant. He walks through life with a quiet confidence that unnerves those who rely on hierarchy and submission. Consequently, society cannot manipulate him through isolation, shame, or community pressure. You cannot threaten a man with loneliness if he finds his solitude to be a sanctuary. You cannot shame a man who validates himself from within. And you cannot pressure a soul that answers only to its own internal truth. This is the essence of true freedom. By stepping out of the cycle of need, such a person reclaims their power, proving that the ultimate act of rebellion is not to destroy the system, but simply to no longer need what it offers. This is the path of the awakened soul, a path that leads not to isolation, but to a sovereignty so complete that it shakes the very foundations of the collective unconscious. Comment below, "I am complete within myself," if you are ready to stop seeking validation and start embracing your true power. 2. The person who knows how to be alone is the only one who is capable of independent thinking. The person who knows how to be alone is the only one who is capable of independent thinking. And this realization is the first step toward reclaiming your mind from the collective noise that seeks to drown it out. When you look closely at the structure of modern life, you will see that society is engineered to keep you in a state of perpetual dependency, constantly tethered to the opinions of others, the validation of social circles, and the relentless stream of media that dictates what you should fear and what you should desire. You are taught that loneliness is a pathology to be cured rather than a sanctuary to be entered. But this is a deception designed to keep you predictable. By avoiding solitude, you inadvertently surrender your sovereignty, allowing your thoughts to become nothing more than echoes of the crowd. To break free, you must embrace the silence where true spirituality resides, recognizing that the ability to stand apart is not an act of rebellion for its own sake, but a necessary condition for sanity. Like Marcus Aurelius, who ruled an empire yet found his true strength within the fortress of his own private reflections, or Nietzsche, who dared to scale the terrified heights of human consciousness without a safety net. The person who thinks alone will not be controlled by the travel, the media, or the crowd. These figures understood that wisdom does not come from the consensus of the majority. It comes from the grueling, solitary work of introspection. When you are constantly surrounded by the herd, you naturally adopt their pace, their panic, and their prejudices. You lose the sharp edge of your unique perspective because the pressure to conform smooths you into a rounded, manageable pebble in the stream of society. However, when you step away, you engage in profound spiritual development that strips away the false masks you wear to please the world. You begin to see the mechanisms of control for what they are, and you realize that the travel and the media are often just distractions meant to keep you from looking inward. This journey into solitude creates a form of self-thinking that defies the algorithms of control. For self-thinking is thinking without the ability to be predicted, and this unpredictability makes society afraid. The systems of the world rely on statistical averages and mass behavior to function efficiently. They need you to buy what everyone else buys, fear what everyone else fears, and react exactly as the data models suggest you will. But the man or woman who does not need anyone, who has found emotional and intellectual self-reliance, becomes a variable that cannot be accounted for. You become dangerous not because you are violent, but because you are ungovernable. You no longer require the external validation that society uses as a leash to guide your behavior. This is the ultimate threat to the status quo, a mind that cannot be leveraged by fear or seduced by popularity. This path is the essence of true spirituality, shifting your focus from external rituals to internal liberation. It is a transition from being a passive consumer of culture to becoming a creator of your own reality. By learning to be alone, you are not rejecting humanity, but rather you are purifying your contribution to it. You stop looking for a savior in political leaders or social movements and realize that the strength you have been seeking has been dormant within you all along, waiting for the noise to subside so it could finally be heard. This is the power of the solitary thinker. To stand amidst the chaos of the world, grounded in a deep spiritual development that no external force can shake, perfectly capable, perfectly whole, and terrifyingly free. 3. They have overcome the 3 things that society uses to control people. Have you ever wondered why the person who is utterly content in their own solitude makes everyone else so uncomfortable? There is a profound, almost unspoken realization in our culture that the man who needs no one is society's greatest threat, not because he is harmful, but because he is uncontrollable. Society functions on a transactional basis of need. It relies on your hunger for validation and your fear of exclusion to keep you in line. However, when an individual transcends these dependencies through deep spiritual wisdom, they break the three invisible chains that bind the collective. The first, and perhaps most pervasive of these chains, is the addiction to current recognition and the desperate, gnawing need for approval. Most people live their lives performing for an invisible audience, terrifyingly obedient to the status quo because they fear the silence of irrelevance. But the man who has stepped out of this cycle has realized that popularity is a prison. He understands that if you live for people's acceptance, you will die from their rejection. And by removing his self-worth from the hands of others, he becomes impossible to bribe with praise or destroy with criticism. Once the addiction to approval is shattered, the truly free individual moves on to the second, more difficult challenge. He is not afraid to face himself. While the majority of the world distracts itself with noise and entertainment to avoid looking into the mirror, this man dives straight into the depths of his own psyche. This is the essence of the work described by Carl Jung, who taught us that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. By confronting his own flaws, his suppressed aggression, and his deepest fears, this man removes the levers that society usually pulls to manipulate people. You cannot shame a man who has already accepted his own darkness. You cannot use guilt as a weapon against someone who has made peace with his shadows. This internal fortitude creates an armor that makes him impervious to the moral posturing of the crowd, rendering him a glitch in the matrix of social control because he possesses a self-knowledge that is rarer and more powerful than any external status. This journey of self-mastery culminates in overcoming the third and final control mechanism, the emotional attributes of others. We live in a world of emotional contagion, where if the mob is angry, you are expected to be angry, and if the news is fearful, you are expected to be afraid. Society demands that you synchronize your emotional state with the collective pulse. However, the man who has attained this level of spiritual wisdom observes these waves of emotion without drowning in them. He realizes that when no one can control your emotions, you become dangerous in the eyes of the system because you become unpredictable. He does not react. He responds. He is the calm eye in the center of the storm, an unshakable pillar that refuses to vibrate at the frequency of chaos surrounding him. In a world that demands conformity and emotional submission, remaining calm and self-possessed is the ultimate act of rebellion, proving that the most powerful thing you can be is not a leader of men, but a master of yourself. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on breaking free from societal control and reclaiming your true independence. 4. They have 4 products that make them dangerous. The paradox that Carl Jung identified is that the individual who has achieved true spirituality is often viewed as society's greatest threat, not because of distinct malice, but because of an untamable independence that renders the usual levers of control ineffective. This specific type of dangerous person possesses 4 psychological products that function as an impenetrable armor against manipulation, effectively severing the puppet strings that move the collective. The first and most foundational of these is absolute honesty with oneself. While the majority of society exhausts itself maintaining a polished facade, hiding their insecurities and darker impulses behind a veil of politeness, this individual engages in the brutal, necessary work of confronting his own shadow. He stares unflinchingly at his failures, his greed, and his aggression, acknowledging them as parts of his whole. By doing so, he becomes immune to the weapon of shame. You cannot expose a man who has already exposed himself to his own conscience, nor can you seduce him with flattery when he knows the exact measure of his own worth. This profound self-knowledge naturally catalyzes a genuine spiritual awakening, leading to the second defensive layer, the autonomy of life values. We live in a world suffused with artificial glamour, where success is dictated by external metrics, wealth, applause, and status. Yet this man refuses to purchase what the crowd is selling. He understands that the glitter of societal approval is often a trap designed to enforce conformity, so he pivots inward to self-create value. He does not rely on the fluctuating market of public opinion to tell him what is precious. Instead, he mines his own meaning from the depths of his experience. Because his values are homegrown and not imported from the culture, he cannot be bribed by the promise of prestige or threatened by the loss of reputation, making him a glitch in the system of consumerist desire. As this detachment from external validation deepens, it births the third and perhaps most stabilizing trait, emotional self-sufficiency. Most human interactions are secretly transactional, a silent barter where people trade compliance for affection or agreement for safety. But the self-sufficient man has retired from this exhausting game. He is not an emotional beggar extending a cup for validation, nor is he a tyrant demanding attention. Rather, he has discovered a wellspring of contentment within his own being. This does not mean he is cold or unfeeling, but rather that his emotional state is not held hostage by the moods or judgments of others. When one no longer requires the permission of the group to feel whole, the fear of ostracization, the herd's most powerful whip, loses its sting, leaving him standing firm while others are swept away by the currents of collective hysteria. It is on this bedrock of emotional stability that the rarest quality is built: intellectual courage. Because he is not afraid of being alone, and because he does not need the comfort of consensus, he dares to think what others are afraid to think. While the collective mind retreats into safe, approved dogmas to avoid the anxiety of the unknown, this individual ventures into the forbidden territories of thought, questioning sacred traditions and challenging the narratives that keep the masses asleep. This is the ultimate danger he presents. He functions as a living mirror reflecting the reality that compliance is a choice. By possessing absolute honesty, autonomous values, emotional self-sufficiency, and intellectual courage, he becomes immune to manipulation, proving that the chains of society are only as strong as our fear of breaking them. 5. Society fear enough because they break the economic, political, and psychological system. The man who stands alone, needing no one to validate his existence, is often viewed not merely as an outsider, but as society's greatest threat. because he fundamentally dismantles the economic, political, and psychological systems that rely on collective dependency to function. When you begin to peel back the layers of modern civilization, you realize that the entire structure is engineered to keep you in a state of constant want, convincing you that you are incomplete without the next product, the next promotion, or the next round of applause. However, when you commit to true spiritual development, you effectively unplug from this matrix of artificial need, and that act of disconnection is perceived as dangerous because it interrupts the flow of commerce and control. The system relies on your insecurity to fuel its economic engine. It needs you to consume goods not for survival, but to impress people you do not know, and to soothe an internal void that material things can never actually fill. By realizing that your worth is intrinsic and not tied to what you own, you stop participating in the frantic race for economic survival that keeps the masses distracted and obedient, thereby rendering the tools of consumerism useless against you. Once you have liberated yourself from the cycle of consumption, you inevitably become immune to the mechanisms of control that society uses to dictate your behavior, specifically the chase for status and location. The world is designed to keep you chasing after a better place, a corner office, a prestigious neighborhood, or a higher social rank, because these desires act as leverage that authority figures can use to direct your path. If you do not desire the rewards they dangle in front of you, they lose the ability to manipulate you. Through deep spirituality, you understand that your internal state is the only location that matters, and this realization strips society of its control tools. You become ungovernable, not because you are rebellious in a chaotic sense, but because you cannot be bribed with power or prestige that you do not value. This terrified the established order because a man who cannot be bought is a man who cannot be owned. And if this mindset were to spread, the hierarchical structures of power would crumble under the weight of their own irrelevance. This autonomy naturally fosters a form of independent thinking that is antithetical to the herd mentality required for a compliant populace. When you no longer look to others for cues on how to live, you begin to question the narratives that are fed to you, making it incredibly difficult for you to be directed by political rhetoric or social pressure. Society thrives on a unified consensus, a shared hallucination of what is important and true. But your spiritual development grants you the clarity to see through these illusions. You become a variable that cannot be calculated or predicted, a solitary thinker who creates his own path rather than following the well-worn trails of convention. This intellectual sovereignty is threatening because it challenges the assumption that the majority is always right, proving that wisdom often whispers in solitude while foolishness screams in the crowd. Perhaps the most profound and unsettling reason the self-sufficient man is feared is that his very existence serves as a polished mirror, forcing those around him to confront the reality of their own mental prison. When you engage in the hard work of self-making, building a life defined by authenticity rather than approval, you unintentionally highlight the compromises and cowardice of those who have chosen to conform. Your freedom reminds them that the door to their cage is unlocked and that they have stayed inside simply because they are afraid to step out. This realization often manifests as hostility toward you. For it is far easier for society to label you as aloof, arrogant, or dangerous than it is for them to admit that they have traded their souls for a false sense of security. By needing no one, you expose the fragility of the collective need, proving that the chains binding humanity are self-imposed and that true liberation is always just one conscious choice away. As we realize why society fears the self-sufficient man, take a moment to commit to your own individuation. Comment, "I choose freedom," to mark your place on this journey. Now, let's move on to the next vital insight. 6. The difference between loneliness and toxicity makes self-sufficient people dangerous. Have you ever noticed how the person who is perfectly content in their own company often makes the rest of the world incredibly uncomfortable, almost as if their silence is a loud act of rebellion? To truly understand this dynamic, you must first recognize the profound psychological distinction between loneliness and solitude. Because while society often confuses the two, they are actually opposites. Loneliness is a state of desperate lack, a gnawing emptiness where you feel incomplete without external validation. It is a mathematical equation resulting in zero. In stark contrast, true self-sufficiency is a state of abundance where you contain the entire universe within yourself. As the great Carl Jung famously noted in his spiritual wisdom, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." The person who is awakened to their own inner richness is not lonely. They are simply self-contained. And this distinction is exactly what makes them dangerous to the status quo. Consider for a moment that our entire modern economic and social structure is built upon the foundation of a void, a carefully manufactured hole in your soul that screams to be filled. The system is designed to thrive on your insecurity, constantly whispering that you are not enough until you buy this car, wear those clothes, or join that specific social circle. It relies on the equation that loneliness equals a lack that must be fixed through consumption. However, the man who is at home in his own skin requires nothing to fill a void, because there is no void to begin with. When you possess this kind of inner wholeness, you become a nightmare for the consumerist machine, because you cannot be seduced by the promise of completion when you are already whole. You stop buying remedies for a sickness you do not have. And when you stop buying, the system loses a customer, and the machinery of control begins to malfunction. This is why the self-sufficient person is often labeled as toxic or antisocial by the crowd. It is a defense mechanism used by the collective to protect its own fragility. As the philosopher Aristotle observed, he who is unable to live in society, or who has no need because he is sufficient for himself, must be either a beast or a god. To a society that relies on dependent masses, such a man is perceived as a threat because he is unreachable and ungovernable. He acts as a mirror, reflecting the dependency of everyone else back at them, forcing them to confront their own terrifying inability to sit quietly with their own thoughts. By embracing the spiritual wisdom of Carl Jung, you realize that stepping away from the herd is not an act of arrogance, but an act of sanity. Ultimately, the man who needs no one is society's greatest threat, not because he harms others, but because he proves that we are free to break the chains of dependency. And in a world built on spiritual slavery, freedom is the most dangerous idea of all. 7. When you don't need anyone, you become naturally attractive, but not for the sake of attraction. When you reach the profound realization that you do not need anyone to complete you, you inadvertently trigger a shift in the universe around you, becoming naturally attractive not through effort or manipulation, but through the sheer gravitational pull of your own wholeness. This is the great paradox of social interaction. The moment you cease grasping for affection is the moment it flows toward you in abundance. When you don't depend on anyone for your emotional stability, your relationships undergo a radical alchemy, transforming from transactional exchanges of need into pure celebrations of connection. Because you are no longer asking your partner or your friends to carry the heavy burden of your self-worth or to act as a crutch for your insecurities, the dynamic becomes lighter, freer, and infinitely better. You are able to see others as they truly are, rather than as characters in the script of your own loneliness. And this clarity allows for a love that is voluntary rather than mandatory. This sense of inner sovereignty bleeds seamlessly into every aspect of your existence, causing your work to become not only more efficient, but deeply masterful. When you are no longer working solely to appease an authority figure or to desperately prove your value to a judgmental world, you strip away the anxiety that usually clogs the creative process. You operate with a laser-like focus because your motivation has shifted from the extrinsic fear of failure to an intrinsic drive for excellence. In this state, the work itself becomes a form of meditation, a practice of spirituality where the ego is set aside, allowing your true potential to function without the friction of needing constant applause. Life, consequently, becomes more meaningful, not because the external circumstances have changed, but because your internal landscape has undergone a true spiritual awakening. You stop looking for meaning in the approval of the crowd and start generating it from the wellspring of your own soul, realizing that you are the architect of your own joy. It is precisely this self-sufficiency that renders you dangerous in the most magnificent and liberating sense of the word. A man who needs nothing is a man who cannot be controlled, for he has no price tag and no weak point for society to exploit. When you derive your value from within, you cannot be bought with flattery, you cannot be coerced by fear, and you cannot be manipulated by the threat of being cast out. You have become an immovable object in a world of shifting sands, a person who walks their own path regardless of whether the crowd follows or jeers. This is the ultimate threat to a system built on dependency and conformity, yet it is the ultimate victory for the individual. You are attractive, powerful, and free, not because you have conquered the world, but because you have conquered the need for the world to validate your existence. To master the power of non-attachment, seal your commitment. Comment below, "I chase nothing," to acknowledge that you attract what belongs to you simply by being yourself. In the end, total isolation isn't freedom, it's a risk. As Jung warns, when we remove ourselves from the mirror of society, we lose the ability to check our own darkness. The goal of spiritual growth is not to escape others, but to understand ourselves through them. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share it to help us grow. Make sure to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and hit that bell icon to get notified as soon as our next video goes live. The psychology of people who have gone through too much. Out of suffering have emerged the strongest souls. The most massive characters are seared with scars, Carl Jung once said, and nowhere is this truer than in the hidden psychology of those who have been through too much. Today on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how deep pain reshapes the mind, strengthens the spirit, and for many, becomes the doorway to true self-mastery and inner freedom. As you listen, ask yourself, how has your own suffering shaped who you are today? And are you using it as a wound or as a source of power? Share your reflections in the comments as we begin this profound journey together. 1. Emotional collapse happens quietly. Emotional collapse rarely arrives with drama or obvious warning signs. For those who have been through too much, the breaking point does not announce itself with chaos. It arrives quietly, internally, invisibly. It is not the kind of tiredness that sleep can fix, but a deep inner collapse that forms after carrying emotional weight far beyond what the human nervous system was designed to hold. On the surface, they may still function, still speak, still move through daily life, but inside, something essential has begun to give way in silence. This kind of collapse is not sudden. It is the slow accumulation of unprocessed grief, repeated disappointments, suppressed fear, unspoken rage, and long-term emotional responsibility that was never meant to be carried alone. Day after day, the pressure builds without release, like a structure bearing more weight than it was engineered for, until one quiet moment when nothing appears to happen, yet everything changes. There is no external explosion, no breakdown that draws attention, only an internal surrender, where the psyche reaches its limit and quietly stops striving to hold it all together. People who experience this silent collapse often do not look broken to the world. They still show up. They still smile. They still perform the roles expected of them. But inside, they feel emptied, disconnected, emotionally hollow. What once mattered no longer moves them the same way. What once energized them now feels distant. This numbness is not peace. It is the nervous system pulling inward after enduring too much without safety or relief. Carl Jung captured this inner dynamic when he said, "What we resist persists, because suppressed suffering does not disappear. It reshapes the inner world from within." This is often the hidden gateway into spirituality and spiritual awakening, not through light or inspiration at first, but through disillusionment and emotional exhaustion. The collapse quietly strips away the illusion of endless strength, the identity built around survival, the belief that one must endure everything without pause. As the old emotional structure weakens, the person is forced inward into reflection, into solitude, into the deep confrontation with their own inner landscape where pain, meaning, and transformation coexist. Rather than destroying the individual, this quiet collapse begins to reorganize them. Priorities shift, sensitivities sharpen, tolerance for superficiality fades. The person becomes more discerning, more selective, less willing to betray themselves for approval. This change is not loud or performative. It is subtle, slow, and deeply internal. The soul, no longer able to survive through suppression alone, begins to seek truth instead of endurance, depth instead of distraction, authenticity instead of adaptation. Those who have gone through too much often emerge with a presence that feels different, not hardened, but weighted with awareness. They have seen the cost of emotional denial. They understand the dangers of carrying too much alone. And without consciously choosing it, they step onto a path where healing is no longer optional. The silent collapse becomes the moment where unconscious survival gives way to conscious transformation, where the psyche stops merely enduring and begins, quietly, to awaken. If you feel this, declare it below. I am stronger than my pain. 2. Resilience is a survival response, not strength. Resilience is often misunderstood and deeply romanticized, but for those who have gone through too much, it is not a symbol of strength or peace. It is a survival response carved into the nervous system by years of pressure, disappointment, and emotional overload. Their calmness is frequently mistaken for stability, control, or even wisdom. Yet beneath that still surface often lies emotional numbness, created as a shield against constant strain. This numbness is not chosen. It is learned. It develops when there is no safe space to fall apart, when vulnerability leads to more harm instead of comfort, and when enduring becomes the only option. What people praise as strength is often a quiet form of self-protection, a way of staying functional when life offers no room to feel. Their resilience is not confidence. It is an automatic adaptation to a life that gives them no other choice. Over time, this adaptation becomes so natural that even the person who carries it may forget what it felt like to be emotionally open, to feel joy without calculation, to rest without guilt. From a psychological perspective, this form of endurance is not rooted in self-belief, but in self-preservation. The system learns to stay alert, to expect impact, to anticipate loss, and to conserve emotion because expression once felt dangerous. Carl Jung would describe this as the formation of a powerful persona, a mask built for survival in the outer world, while the inner self, wounded and sensitive, retreats into shadow. On the outside, they become reliable, composed, unshakable. On the inside, they may feel disconnected, detached, or strangely empty, unable to access their own softness without fear. This is why so many people who appear the strongest are often the most exhausted, not in body, but in spirit. Their identity has been shaped around endurance rather than expression, around control rather than connection. The danger is not in the armor itself. The danger is forgetting that the armor is not the skin. This is where spirituality and spiritual development quietly begin to play a deeper role, not as an escape from pain, but as a return to what was shut down. When survival mode has lasted too long, the soul begins to seek something beyond endurance. You may feel this as restlessness that no success can satisfy, as a quiet longing for meaning that no distraction can silence. Spirituality, in its purest form, does not demand more strength from you. It asks for honesty. It asks you to recognize that what protected you once may now be limiting your ability to feel alive. Spiritual development begins when you realize that emotional numbness is not peace, and constant resilience is not freedom. It begins when safety is no longer measured by how much you can tolerate, but by how safe you feel being real. True growth does not come from pushing harder against the world, but from learning that you no longer have to brace for impact at every moment. The shift from survival to meaning is one of the most difficult inner transitions a person can make, because it requires letting go of the identity that once kept you alive. The deeper lesson beneath all of this is that resilience saved you, but it is not meant to define you. The calm that came from numbness helped you endure, but it cannot nourish your future. The emotional shutdown that once prevented collapse may now be blocking intimacy, joy, and peace. What appears as strength to the world may feel like quiet isolation within your own chest. Healing does not mean forgetting what you survived. It means no longer living inside the nervous system of that survival. When you move from automatic endurance into conscious presence, when you allow yourself to feel without drowning and trust without losing yourself, you step into a higher level of spiritual development, not as someone who is unbreakable, but as someone who is whole. 3. Their maturity was forced, not nurtured. Their maturity was forced, not nurtured. And if this truth belongs to you, it means you did not grow up because life gently guided you forward, but because it cornered you into becoming strong before you were ready. You learned composure not through safety, but through survival. You learned restraint not through wisdom, but through necessity. On the outside, you appear calm, thoughtful, emotionally intelligent, and steady. But beneath that surface lives the memory of having to grow up without the freedom to be a child, without the protection that allows softness to develop naturally. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents." And often, forced maturity is born from this very weight being required to carry emotional responsibility that was never meant for young shoulders. You learned how to read the room instead of being held in one. You learned how to regulate your emotions because no one else could regulate theirs around you. You learned how to stay quiet, how to stay useful, how to stay composed, because chaos punished vulnerability. While other children were forming their identity through play and safety, you were forming yours through observation, endurance, and adaptation. That is not a failure of character. It is a testimony of resilience. But it also leaves a hidden cost. You became wise long before you were allowed to be innocent. You became responsible before you were allowed to be protected. You became strong before you were allowed to be soft. People admire your stability, but they rarely see what it took to build it. They see your calm during conflict, but not the years when fear taught your nervous system how to stay alert. They see your emotional control, but not the nights when you had to soothe yourself in silence. They see your strength, but not the loneliness that carved it into you. And yet this is where spiritual wisdom begins to awaken, because survival forged perception inside you. Carl Jung taught that no tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell. And your roots went deep into hardship, pain, and emotional absence, not because you chose the depth, but because you were pushed into it. This forced maturity gives you the ability to sense what others feel without words. It trained you to notice shifts in energy, tone, and intention. It taught you to anticipate emotional storms before they arrived. This is not anxiety. It is intelligence shaped by experience. But when survival becomes identity, rest begins to feel unsafe. Softness begins to feel unfamiliar. Receiving care begins to feel uncomfortable. You may feel guilty when you are not being useful, uneasy when there is too much peace, and restless when there is nothing to fix. Strength became your armor long before it had the chance to become your choice. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that what remains unconscious controls our lives, and what becomes conscious transforms us. Your forced maturity does not need to remain your cage. It can become your foundation for transformation. Healing does not mean becoming weak. It means becoming whole. It means allowing the child who never felt safe to finally exhale inside the adult who learned how to survive. It means realizing that your discipline, your composure, and your endurance do not need to disappear for softness to exist beside them. True maturity is not emotional numbness. It is not constant control. It is not endless self-sacrifice. Real maturity is the ability to feel deeply without collapsing, to set boundaries without guilt, to rest without shame, and to receive without fear. When you allow this shift to happen, you stop living only as the survivor and begin living as the integrated self. You no longer move through the world scanning for danger. You begin to move through it, choosing presence. The strength that once kept you alive now becomes the strength that allows you to heal. Your pain did not make you broken. It made you perceptive. It did not make you cold. It made you discerning. It did not make you weak. It made you inwardly unshakable. This is the paradox Carl Jung pointed toward again and again. The wound is often the very place where the light enters. And when you finally allow yourself to soften without fear of losing control, you enter a higher state of spiritual wisdom, where power and compassion no longer exist as opposites, but as reflections of the same awakened consciousness. Do you resonate with this? If you do, declare it boldly in the comments. My strength was forged through what I survived. 4. Hypervigilance and overthinking are learned defenses. Hypervigilance and overthinking are not random habits or personality flaws. They are learned defenses shaped by survival. When a person lives for too long in emotional chaos, the brain quietly rewires itself to stay alive in an unpredictable environment. Instead of relaxing into the present moment, the mind becomes hyper-aware of everything. Tone changes, facial expressions, silence, tension in the room, because safety has never been consistent. Over time, this constant scanning becomes automatic. The nervous system learns that danger does not always arrive loudly. Sometimes it creeps in through subtle shifts, unfinished sentences, delayed replies, or an unfamiliar look in someone's eyes. What looks like anxiety from the outside is, in truth, a highly trained internal alarm system built from repeated emotional overwhelm. Overthinking grows from the same root. When pain has arrived without warning too many times, the mind begins to rehearse every possible future scenario in advance. Conversations are replayed endlessly. Words are analyzed, reanalyzed, and weighed for hidden meaning. Every decision is examined from many angles, not because the person enjoys mental noise, but because some part of the psyche believes that prediction equals protection. If you can anticipate the blow, maybe you can soften it. If you can read the room fast enough, maybe you can avoid the explosion altogether. Overthinking is not the love of complexity. It is the fear of being caught unprepared when emotional danger strikes again. Carl Jung's insight that neurosis often substitutes for legitimate suffering explains this pattern with striking clarity. When pain cannot be safely expressed, it does not disappear. It changes shape. The grief that was never allowed, the fear that was never soothed, and the confusion that was never explained all transform into hyper-alertness and mental overdrive. Instead of collapsing, the psyche tightens its grip on reality. It stays sharp, awake, and restless. The result is a person who appears tense, sensitive, or guarded, Yet beneath that surface lies a system that learned to stay functional in conditions that once felt unbearable. From the perspective of spirituality, this transformation is deeply significant. What once trapped awareness inside fear can later become the gateway to spiritual awakening. Hyper-awareness, when healed, becomes intuition. Sensitivity, when no longer ruled by threat, becomes emotional intelligence and empathy. The same nervous system that once scanned for danger can learn to scan for truth, alignment, and inner peace. Spirituality teaches that nothing in the psyche is wasted. Every adaptation carries hidden potential. Even defenses forged in pain can be reshaped into tools of wisdom when safety is slowly restored. Healing does not mean forcing the mind to stop being alert overnight. It begins with teaching the nervous system that the constant emergency has passed. Through stable relationships, self-trust, breath awareness, and grounded daily rituals, the body gradually learns new signals of safety. The mind no longer has to race ahead to survive. Overthinking slowly shifts into discernment. Hypervigilance softens into presence. The soul, once on permanent guard, begins to rest without guilt. In this transition, many experience a quiet but powerful spiritual awakening. The realization that who they became to survive is not who they must remain to live. When viewed through spiritual wisdom, these patterns are not signs of brokenness. They are signatures of endurance. The brain did exactly what it needed to do in order to survive emotional chaos. Now, in a new season of life, those same patterns are being invited to transform. What once protected against danger can now protect peace. What once guarded against loss can now open the heart to trust again. In this way, hypervigilance and overthinking are revealed not as permanent cages, but as temporary structures the soul built on its path toward deeper awareness, healing, and true spirituality. 5. They carry invisible skills, but also invisible exhaustion. They carry invisible skills, but also invisible exhaustion, and you may recognize this in yourself, because you can sense tension before anyone speaks. Read between the lines when people only offer fragments of truth. Calm others when their emotions overflow, and hold space for those who unknowingly lean on your strength. Yet beneath all of this, you are quietly exhausted in ways few will ever understand. You retreat instead of rest, because retreat feels safer than slowing down. And you help others instead of asking for help, because somewhere along the way, you learned that being useful was safer than being vulnerable. This is not a flaw in your character, but a survival pattern written into your nervous system. A pattern Carl Jung would describe as the psyche adapting by becoming hyper-aware and hyper-capable, even when the soul aches for gentleness. People naturally gravitate toward you because your presence feels steady, your insight feels comforting, and your energy feels grounding. Yet every time you give support that you never receive, your inner world thins a little more, creating a quiet imbalance that spirituality calls the wounded healer, the one who guides others with wisdom while silently carrying their own unspoken fatigue. You became this way because life demanded that you grow up quickly, read emotional landscapes accurately, and navigate chaos with maturity you should never have been forced to develop so early. Over time, being calm became your duty, being perceptive became your defense, and being strong became your identity, until you no longer remembered what it felt like to be held, supported, or understood without having to first earn it. This invisible exhaustion grows heavier because your compassion flows outward far more easily than it flows inward, leaving you spiritually capable but emotionally drained, wise but weary, empathetic but under-nurtured. Jung said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And the darkness you carry is not a threat, but a message, a sign that your soul is tired of being the container for everyone else's storms while having no shelter of its own. Your exhaustion is not just physical. It is the fatigue of constantly managing, sensing, absorbing, and healing without pause. You have spent years being the emotional anchor in every room, the one who understands before being understood, the one who carries what others cannot name. And this creates a spiritual imbalance where your giving far exceeds your receiving. When you never ask for help, your relationships become one-directional. When you never rest authentically, your mind becomes crowded. When you never allow softness, your heart becomes overstretched. This is why the most profound step in your spiritual development is not becoming stronger, but becoming softer with yourself, learning that rest is not a reward, boundaries are not weapons, and asking for support is not proof of weakness, but evidence of wisdom. The deeper truth is that your sensitivity is not meant to be a burden. It is a gift that must be protected, nurtured, and honored. Your invisible skills, reading emotions, calming storms, guiding others, are extraordinary, but they require replenishment to remain blessings rather than weights. Your exhaustion is a signal that your soul is asking to be included in the compassion you so freely give. Your journey forward is not about carrying more, but carrying differently. Not about enduring silently, but allowing yourself to be supported openly. And not about proving strength, but reclaiming balance. The lesson is simple. Your empathy deserves boundaries. Your spirit deserves rest. And your heart deserves the same care you have always given to others. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on transforming invisible strength and silent exhaustion into true inner power. 6. Vulnerability feels dangerous. Vulnerability no longer feels like a place of softness or safety when you have been hurt too many times. Instead, it feels like standing exposed in the middle of a storm with nothing to protect you. You do not struggle with emotional intimacy because you lack depth or feeling, but because each time you once opened your heart, it was followed by pain, misunderstanding, betrayal, or sudden instability. Your nervous system learned to associate openness with danger, so now even when love appears gentle, your body still hesitates. You may long for closeness, but at the same time, you fear what closeness once cost you. As a result, you open yourself in layers, not all at once, not out of manipulation or control, but out of an instinct for survival that has been trained through experience. People may misread your caution as distance, coldness, or emotional unavailability. But inside, what truly exists is a heart that has been wounded deeply and refuses to be shattered again. You reveal truths slowly, carefully observing how the other person responds, watching for consistency, emotional safety, and respect. This slow opening is not a weakness. It is a form of spiritual wisdom shaped by experience. Carl Jung once said, "There is no coming to consciousness without pain," and your guarded nature is evidence of how deeply you have already been pushed into awareness through suffering. You learned that not everyone who listens knows how to hold your truth, and not every space is safe for your emotions. You may find that you are incredibly capable of supporting others, understanding their emotions, and offering compassion. Yet when it comes to your own wounds, you grow quiet. Somewhere in your past, your feelings were either dismissed, misunderstood, or used against you. So now your inner world feels like sacred ground that must be protected. You no longer speak just to be heard. You wait to be understood. Carl Jung also taught that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. And for you, accepting your fear of vulnerability is part of that terrifying honesty. You are not broken for protecting yourself. You adapted. Your caution is not rooted in distrust of others alone, but in memory stored deep within your nervous system. The body remembers what the mind tries to forget. Even when logic tells you that someone is kind, your subconscious still asks, "Is it safe this time?" That is why you move slowly in emotional connection, testing safety through time, consistency, and behavior instead of words. Just as someone who has been burned once will instinctively pull their hand away from heat, you instinctively pull back from total emotional exposure. This is not weakness. This is conditioning shaped by survival. Through the lens of spirituality and the insights of Carl Jung, your guarded heart is not a flaw, but a threshold. Your boundaries are not walls built to block love. They are sacred gates that protect what is tender and real within you. Spiritual wisdom does not demand that you tear down every defense all at once. Instead, it invites you to become conscious of why those defenses exist and to soften them only where safety has been earned. You are not meant to give full access to everyone who shows interest in you. Trust is not immediate for those who have gone through too much. It is built slowly, carefully, and with discernment. At the same time, healing begins when you realize that your past is not a prophecy for every future connection. Not everyone will repeat the patterns that wounded you. Growth does not mean forcing yourself into vulnerability before you feel ready. It means learning how to recognize safer environments and allowing yourself to open at your own pace. Your sensitivity is not a liability. It is evidence of how deeply you once trusted and how deeply you still hope. Vulnerability may still feel dangerous, but with time, awareness, and self-compassion guided by spiritual wisdom and the teachings of Carl Jung, it can slowly transform from a threat into a bridge toward relationships that honor your emotional truth. 7. They love deeply, but fear abandonment. People who have gone through too much often love with a depth that feels rare, steady, and unwavering. Yet hidden inside, that devotion is a quiet fear shaped by earlier wounds. They love wholeheartedly because they know what it feels like to receive too little. And this history gives their affection a purity that few can understand. Their loyalty is intense, their emotional intuition is sharp, and their sensitivity to subtle changes in behavior is not an overreaction. It is a survival response formed in moments when inconsistency meant danger, withdrawal, or emotional abandonment. As Carl Jung said, there is no coming to consciousness without pain, and for souls shaped by hardship, spirituality and spiritual awakening are often born from learning to navigate a world where love was unpredictable and safety was never guaranteed, because they grew up or lived through environments where they had to observe small emotional cues to protect themselves. They learned to read people deeply, noticing tone shifts, energy drops, and even silence. A late reply, a distracted voice, or a moment of distance may feel small to others, but to them, it can trigger an old wound, reminding them of times when affection faded without explanation. Their hearts remember the pattern long before their minds do, and this memory often makes them cautious, even when they desperately want to trust. Yet their sensitivity is not weakness. It is emotional intelligence refined by experience. These people became intuitive long before they understood the meaning of intuition. They learned to sense emotional storms before they arrived and to hold themselves together when others could not offer support. This makes them exceptional partners and friends because they show up consistently, listen deeply, and offer the kind of empathy that can only be shaped by lived experience. But it also makes them vulnerable because their steady love stands next to a fear that the people they care about might one day disappear the same way others once did. Small acts of carelessness, forgetfulness, inconsistency, and emotional distance can pierce their hearts more sharply than intentional harm. Not because they are fragile, but because those small breaks mirror wounds they worked hard to heal. Their love is a paradox of strength and tenderness. They give without hesitation, trust with their whole being once they feel safe, and carry an inner loyalty that does not waver even in difficulty. But this same loyalty becomes their soft spot, because when they commit fully. And when they lose someone, they lose them deeply. They do not know how to love halfway. Their hearts are all or nothing, shaped by years of learning that genuine connection is rare and should be protected. When they sense distance, they do not become angry, they become afraid. When they sense inconsistency, they do not assume indifference, they assume danger. And when they love someone, they love with an intensity that reflects all the versions of themselves that survived the past. Yet inside that fear lies tremendous spiritual wisdom. People who fear abandonment are not broken, they are awakening. Their spiritual awakening begins the moment they realize that their sensitivity is not a burden, but a guide, leading them toward healing, connection, and self-understanding. They begin to see that not every inconsistency means loss. Not every silence means rejection. And not every shift in energy means someone is leaving. They learn to distinguish the voice of past wounds from the reality of present love. And gradually, they discover that stability can be built within, not only sought in others. Their journey is not about avoiding abandonment. It is about learning that they no longer need to abandon themselves. If this message about loving deeply, yet fearing abandonment resonates with you, comment, "I am healing," below your voice matters, and your story helps others feel less alone. 8. Their pain becomes wisdom and compassion. Their pain becomes wisdom and compassion, not because suffering is kind, but because they refuse to let it break them. Instead of hardening their hearts, they grow. They reflect, analyze, and quietly transform every wound into insight. Each hurt becomes a lesson, and each lesson becomes a deeper understanding of themselves and the world around them. Through this inner work, they become emotionally literate, able to recognize, name, and navigate complex feelings rather than be controlled by them. Their spirituality and spiritual development do not come from escape, but from the courage to face what hurts and still choose awareness, balance, and growth. What appears from the outside as a quiet presence is actually profound inner strength. Behind their calm is a long history of storms survived in silence, tears learned to be carried with dignity, and disappointment turned into clarity. They do not need to speak loudly to prove their power. Their energy is steady, grounded, and deeply reassuring. Because they have known loneliness, confusion, and emotional loss firsthand, their empathy is not theoretical, it is lived. They listen without rushing to fix, understand without needing to judge, and hold space without demanding anything in return. Over time, they naturally become lighthouses for others, not by trying to save anyone, but by simply being who they have become. Their life itself is proof that pain does not have to end in bitterness. They turn survival into service, offering presence instead of perfection, understanding instead of advice, and compassion instead of control. People feel safe around them, not because they pretend everything is fine, but because they know what it means when everything is not fine, and they did not give up on themselves. Their journey shows that wisdom is not inherited. It is earned through reflection, endurance, and emotional honesty. Compassion is not weakness. It is strength refined through suffering. And spiritual development is not an escape from pain. It is the ability to walk through it with awareness, dignity, and purpose. Their life becomes a quiet reminder that even the deepest wounds, when faced with truth and courage, can become sources of light, not only for the self, but for everyone who crosses their path. In the end, Carl Jung reminds us that those who have endured too much are not broken, they are forged. Their depth, resilience, and inner awareness come from pain transformed into wisdom. If this message resonated with your journey, let it be a reminder that your struggles have meaning and your strength is real. If you found value in this reflection, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our future videos on healing, depth, and awakening. How to respect yourself in front of toxic people. As Carl Jung once said, what you resist not only persists, but grows. And when it comes to toxic people, the greatest act of resistance is not fighting them. It's respecting yourself enough to rise above their chaos. In today's video, we'll explore powerful principles that help you protect your energy, stand firmly in your truth, and walk through life with dignity, even in the presence of negativity. As you listen, think about a moment when you lost a bit of yourself trying to please the wrong people. What lesson did it teach you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, because your experience might give strength to someone who needs it today. 1. Toxic people. Trigger your shadow, not your worth. Toxic people do not expose your worth. They awaken your unconscious wounds. The anger, shame, and defensiveness that rise in you during these encounters are not evidence that you are weak or broken, but signals from parts of you that were once hurt and never fully healed. What feels like an attack on your identity is often a collision with your shadow, the hidden emotional landscape shaped by past pain, rejection, and unmet needs. Their behavior may feel personal, but in truth, it is rarely about you. It is about what lives unresolved within them and what still echoes unresolved within you. Their cruelty is most often a projection of their own inner struggle. People who carry unhealed pain tend to offload it onto others because they lack the awareness or courage to face it within themselves. When someone belittles, manipulates, or disrespects you, they are often acting from fear, insecurity, or long-standing emotional wounds they have not dared to confront. What they accuse you of may reflect exactly what they cannot accept about themselves. Once you recognize this, you stop absorbing their words as truth and begin to see them as reflections of a broken inner world that has nothing to do with your real value. Your emotional reaction, however intense, is not proof of weakness. It is a message. When a toxic person triggers you deeply, it is because they have touched a familiar wound. Perhaps their tone mirrors a voice from your past that made you feel small, unworthy, or invisible. Perhaps their rejection stirs a long-standing fear of abandonment. Your body reacts before your mind can reason, revealing exactly where healing is still needed. This is how painful interactions become guides for spiritual awakening, showing you the hidden places inside that still seek compassion, safety, and self-validation. True self-respect does not come from trying to win against toxic people. It does not come from proving your worth, defending every accusation, or shrinking yourself to avoid conflict. It comes from the quiet realization that your value does not require permission from anyone who is emotionally blind. When you stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you, you begin to reclaim your dignity. When you stop internalizing their chaos, you break the old loop of self-doubt that once controlled your reactions. As your spirituality deepens, your responses shift. You no longer meet toxicity with explosive emotion or silent self-betrayal. Instead, you learn to pause, to observe what is being stirred inside you, and to respond from awareness rather than instinct. You begin to notice when your impulse to please, defend, or withdraw is rooted not in the present moment, but in old emotional survival patterns. This awareness creates space between stimulus and response, and within that space, self-respect is born. Boundaries become acts of self-honor rather than emotional weapons. You learn that walking away is not weakness, silence is not defeat, and distance is sometimes the most loving choice you can make for your own nervous system. You realize that you do not need to convince a toxic person of your worth because your worth was never in debate. It was only your belief in it that was once shaken. In this way, toxic people no longer dominate your sense of self. They become mirrors, unintended teachers who reveal where your shadow still lives and where your light is now strong enough to heal it. Through awareness, restraint, and inner grounding, you stop reacting from wounded identity and start living from conscious self-respect. Your worth becomes something you carry within you, untouched by projections and anchored in a deeper understanding of who you truly are. 2. Self-respect begins with non-reaction. Self-respect begins the moment you learn to pause instead of reacting. Because in that brief space of stillness, something powerful happens and you quietly take back control of yourself. When you do not react immediately, you are no longer being pulled by someone else's emotional hook. And real self-respect is revealed not through fighting back, but through choosing consciousness over impulse. Mastery is born in the invisible space between emotion and action, where you decide whether your energy will be ruled by instinct or guided by awareness. Toxic people thrive on reaction because reaction gives them power, attention, and influence over your inner state. They expect your anger, your defense, your emotional turbulence, because that is how they confirm their importance in your world. But when you remain calm, when you do not rush to explain, argue, or prove yourself, you quietly shut down the entire mechanism they rely on. This is not avoidance, and it is not weakness. It is emotional self-leadership. You are no longer handing over control of your nervous system to someone who thrives on disturbance. Through spirituality and spiritual development, you begin to understand that true power is not loud or forceful. It is steady, grounded, and unshaken. Silence becomes strength when it is chosen consciously, not out of fear. Stillness becomes authority when it is rooted in self-worth. Each time you choose non-reaction, you reinforce your inner boundaries without needing to announce them, and you teach your nervous system what safety inside yourself truly feels like. When you stop reacting automatically, you start responding deliberately, and this shift changes the entire way you move through the world. Your emotions no longer run you. You begin to guide them. This is not suppression. It is sovereignty. You are no longer denying your feelings, but you are no longer enslaved by them either. You observe them, regulate them, and decide consciously what deserves expression and what does not. Toxic people often become unsettled by this shift, not because you confronted them, but because you detached your emotional investment. They feel the loss of access before they understand it. You did not raise your voice, but you raised your frequency. You did not set loud boundaries, but you embodied them. This is one of the quiet miracles of spiritual development. You evolve internally, and the outer dynamics simply reorganize themselves around your new center of gravity. As you continue this practice, you begin to recognize how often you once gave your power away without realizing it. How many times you allowed someone else to decide your mood, your tone, your self-image, and even your peace. Through conscious non-reaction, you reclaim authorship over your inner world. You stop outsourcing your emotional climate to unstable environments, and instead, you cultivate stability from within. This inner stability slowly becomes unshakable certainty. You feel less need to defend yourself. You lose the urgency to explain. You no longer seek validation from people who arrive carrying chaos. Self-respect becomes less of a concept and more of a lived state. It settles into your posture, your voice, your breathing, and your decisions. You speak differently because you no longer need to convince. You walk differently because you no longer need to chase. Eventually, you realize that reacting was never strength. It was conditioning. Pausing, however, is discipline. Awareness is refinement. And calm is not passivity. It is precision. Toxic people cannot manipulate what they cannot emotionally disturb, and they cannot disturb what no longer reacts. This is where your real power lives, in the breath before the answer, in the silence before the impulse, in the stillness that replaces the old reflex to justify, argue, or collapse. Every time you choose that pause, protect your energy as part of your spirituality, and govern your reactions as part of your spiritual development. You are not losing power. You are steadily reclaiming it. Comment below. I choose calm and self-respect. If you are ready to stop reacting and start protecting your inner peace. 3. Separate your identity from their attacks. Their words only wound you when you begin to identify with them. And this is the quiet truth that changes everything when you are dealing with toxic people. You are not their criticism, not their anger, not their frustrated interpretation of who they think you are. The moment you detach your ego from their judgment, their attacks lose their power because you stop feeding their words with your identity. Carl Jung taught that much of what people project onto others comes from their own unconscious wounds, fears, and unresolved shadows. And when you understand this, you stop taking their attacks personally. You start to see that what they say often reveals far more about their inner conflict than about your worth. As Jung's wisdom echoes through spiritual wisdom traditions, what truly harms you is not what is said, but what you believe about yourself in response to what is said. And the moment you refuse to merge your self-worth with their opinion, you remain whole even in the middle of their negativity. When you no longer identify with their words, something shifts inside you at a deep emotional and physical level. Your nervous system calms, your breath steadies, and your reactions soften, not because you become weak, but because you become anchored. You are no longer fighting for validation, and this inner stability is what truly unsettles toxic people, because they lose access to the emotional control they once had over you. Marcus Aurelius captured this truth when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." And this power comes alive the moment you realize that no one can define you without your consent. Respecting yourself in front of toxic people is not about arguing, defending, or proving anything. It is about standing quietly in the knowing of who you are and allowing their words to fall away without embedding themselves in your identity. The deeper your spiritual awakening becomes, the clearer you see that peace is not found in changing others, but in mastering your inner response to them. This is where Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom meet at their deepest point, because individuation, becoming your true self, requires that you pull your identity back from every label, insult, or projection that was never yours to carry. When you stop accepting emotional burdens that do not belong to you, you become emotionally untouchable, not because you feel nothing, but because you are no longer controlled by what comes from outside. You remain intact in your silence, steady in your presence, and grounded in your truth. The more you practice this inner separation, the more your self-respect grows naturally, and the less power toxic people have over your emotions, your choices, and your sense of self, because your identity is no longer built on their approval, their moods, or their judgments. 4. Do not mirror toxicity. Responding with the same energy as a toxic person may feel like strength in the moment, but in truth, it traps you in a shadow-to-shadow battle where no one truly wins. When you mirror their aggression, their manipulation, or their emotional chaos, you are no longer acting from clarity. You are reacting from the very darkness they live in. This is why refusing to mirror their behavior is not weakness at all, but a profound spiritual act of power. It is the moment you step out of unconscious reaction and into conscious self-direction. Calm, clarity, and dignity do more to dismantle toxicity than any argument ever could, because toxic dynamics only survive when both sides continue to feed the loop. When you choose calm instead of retaliation, something subtle but powerful happens. You disrupt the pattern the toxic person depends on. They expect emotional feedback, anger, defensiveness, fear, or desperation, because that is the fuel they use to control the situation. The moment you withhold that fuel, the fire begins to die on its own. Your calm becomes a silent boundary, a signal that you are no longer available for manipulation. In the language of Carl Jung, this is the moment you refuse to be possessed by the shadow. Instead of letting your unconscious wounds take over, you remain anchored in awareness. This is where spirituality stops being a concept and starts becoming a lived experience. And this is also where spiritual awakening quietly deepens, not through confrontation, but through self-mastery. Clarity follows naturally when you stop reacting emotionally. You begin to see the situation for what it truly is, not through the fog of anger or hurt, but through grounded perception. You recognize that toxic behavior is not about you. It is an expression of the other person's unresolved inner conflict. When you no longer personalize their actions, you no longer feel the urge to defend your worth through emotional battles. Instead, you protect your energy by staying clear. This clarity dissolves confusion, weakens manipulation, and restores your inner authority. You are no longer pulled into proving yourself. You simply stand in your truth, and that alone changes the entire dynamic. Dignity is the final piece that causes the toxic loop to collapse. Dignity means you do not lower yourself to meet someone in their chaos. It means you speak when necessary, remain silent when appropriate, and walk away when the situation demands it all without hatred, fear, or the need for revenge. Dignity is quiet, but it is unstoppable. When you maintain your dignity, you communicate something stronger than any insult or comeback ever could. You show that your self-respect is not negotiable. In that moment, the power dynamic shifts completely. The toxic person loses leverage because their greatest weapon, your emotional reaction, no longer works. In this way, refusing to mirror toxicity becomes an act of deep psychological and spiritual intelligence. You are no longer fighting the person in front of you. You are freeing the self within you. Each time you choose calm over chaos, clarity over confusion, and dignity over degradation, you are training your nervous system to recognize safety in self-control rather than in emotional survival. This is how true self-respect is built, not by winning arguments, but by refusing to participate in cycles that diminish your spirit. And this is the hidden power behind spiritual awakening. The realization that your peace is more valuable than your pride, that your awareness is stronger than their dysfunction, and that the greatest victory is not domination, but liberation. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on protecting your energy, mastering self-respect, and rising above toxic behavior. 5. Boundaries are an act of self-love. Boundaries are an act of self-love. And when you stand in front of toxic people, this truth becomes a form of spiritual clarity, because setting boundaries is never a punishment. It is protecting your soul, preserving your wholeness, and reminding yourself that you do not need to explain, defend, or justify what keeps you emotionally safe. A boundary is simply a line that separates what nourishes your spirit from what drains it. And this is where spirituality and spiritual development become practical. Because real growth is not just about being kind. It is about being clear, firm, and rooted in self-respect. Toxic people thrive in environments where you over-explain, over-give, and silently tolerate disrespect. So when you begin to hold your ground, they may test you, not because you are wrong, but because your new strength threatens their old control. Yet true boundaries do not need aggression or anger. They need steadiness. They need the courage to say no without guilt, to step back without apology, and to protect your energy without fear of judgment. Every time you choose silence instead of reacting, space instead of arguing, or calm instead of chaos, you interrupt the cycle that toxic people rely on because they feed on confusion and emotional instability. Boundaries bring both of those to an end. At first, this shift feels uncomfortable, especially if you were raised to please others or avoid conflict. But discomfort is simply the growing pain of becoming whole. Your voice becomes firmer, your posture becomes stronger, your presence becomes sharper, even your silence gains weight. Toxic people sense this before they understand it, and that is why they resist. Not because you are doing something wrong, but because you are no longer someone they can manipulate. This is the moment Carl Jung's teachings reveal themselves in your daily life, because he believed that what you allow from others often reflects what you have yet to heal within yourself. So when you set a boundary, you are not just protecting your outer life, you are integrating your inner world, especially the shadow that once feared rejection, abandonment, and disapproval. The deeper your spiritual development grows, the more you realize that love without limits becomes self-betrayal, and limits without hatred become self-mastery. Boundaries teach you that forgiveness does not mean returning to harm. Kindness does not mean allowing disrespect. And peace does not require silence in the face of mistreatment. Some people will be upset with your boundaries, not because you are unkind, but because they were benefiting from your lack of them. That is why the journey feels lonely at times. But loneliness is often a sign that you are leaving the wrong places, not losing the right people. With each boundary you set, your nervous system relaxes, your clarity increases, and your emotional energy becomes protected rather than scattered. You stop asking, "What will they think of me?" and begin asking, "What do I think of myself when I allow this?" And that question becomes your compass for every relationship in your life. The message that remains is simple but transformative. Self-respect is not measured by how much you endure, but by how intentionally you choose. Your energy is sacred and deserves protection. Distance can be an act of love. Silence can be a form of strength. And every boundary you honor is a step toward healing, power, and authentic spiritual development. 6. Conscious silence is supreme strength. Conscious silence is not weakness. It is complete psychological control. Because the moment you no longer feel the need to defend yourself, explain your choices, or prove your worth, the toxic person instantly loses access to your energy. And this is where true self-respect quietly begins. Toxic people survive on reaction, on emotional chaos, on pulling others into endless conflict where they can dominate the narrative and drain your strength. But when you meet them with calm awareness instead of emotional resistance, you shut down the very system that feeds their behavior without ever raising your voice. In that silence, you are not shrinking. You are standing so firmly in your identity that their words can no longer reach your core. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that what remains unconscious controls us, but what becomes conscious sets us free. And conscious silence is exactly that moment when you refuse to act from old wounds, old triggers, and unconscious reactivity. You are no longer trying to be understood by someone who benefits from misunderstanding you. And this is where your power quietly returns to you. Marcus Aurelius captured this truth when he said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." And that strength becomes visible the moment you stop explaining your boundaries to people who are committed to crossing them. You begin to understand that you do not owe emotional access to those who misuse your trust. And you do not owe clarity to those who distort everything you say. Silence at this level is not avoidance. It is mastery, because avoidance is still fear, while mastery is standing in complete inner control without needing to prove anything to anyone. Toxic people seek endless conversations, endless justifications, and endless emotional battles where you slowly give your authority away. But conscious silence sends a message stronger than any argument ever could. You no longer define my reactions, my mood, or my worth. Eleanor Roosevelt said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." And that consent is most often given through reaction, not through words. When you remove your emotional response, you remove their leverage. Through the lens of Carl Jung and spiritual wisdom, this silence is where individuation begins to solidify, because you stop performing for approval and start living from internal authority. You no longer speak from the wounded child seeking validation, but from the grounded adult who chooses peace over ego. When you reach this level of emotional sovereignty, toxic people begin to feel uncomfortable around you, because they can no longer manipulate your nervous system, provoke your insecurities, or program your emotions. Your calm becomes a mirror that reflects their own instability back to them. And this is why silence unsettles those who thrive on chaos. Silence is not passive. It is deliberate restraint. It is choosing not to bleed your truth in rooms where it will only be used against you. And it is choosing not to argue with people who gain power from misunderstanding you. Your peace becomes more valuable than being right, and your energy becomes more sacred than being validated. As this practice deepens, your confidence no longer depends on being heard. Your identity no longer depends on being approved. And your worth no longer depends on being defended. You begin to move differently, speak less, observe more, and act with quiet authority rather than emotional urgency. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If you're ready to practice conscious silence and reclaim your inner strength, type in the comments, "I choose calm over chaos." 7. Self-respect is built through small daily choices. Self-respect is never built in dramatic scenes or loud moments of victory. It grows quietly through the small, ordinary choices you make when no one is watching. Every time you pause instead of reacting, walk away instead of arguing, choose peace over validation, and protect your identity instead of your ego. You are strengthening the inner structure that holds your life together. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth becomes clear when you face toxic people. They do not destroy you with one big event. They drain you through a series of temptations to react, to defend, to prove, to explain. Yet your power grows each time you resist the pull toward chaos. Pausing instead of reacting is one of the simplest yet most transformative acts of self-respect. Toxic people thrive on emotional explosions because your reaction gives them fuel, attention, and the illusion of control. When you pause, you reclaim your nervous system from their influence. You teach your body that you no longer dance to someone else's emotional rhythm. This pause becomes a doorway into deeper spirituality because silence allows you to see the truth beneath the surface. Not everything deserves your energy. Not everyone has earned a reaction. And not every situation requires you to abandon your inner peace. In that stillness, your spiritual awakening begins not with mystical visions, but with the simple realization that you can remain centered even when someone tries to pull you off balance. Walking away instead of arguing is not weakness, it is wisdom. Arguments with toxic people are never about finding clarity or solving problems. They are about creating confusion, shifting blame, or dragging you into emotional mud. When you walk away, you do not lose. You simply refuse to participate in a game designed to exhaust you. You choose dignity over chaos, and this act of leaving becomes a statement about who you are becoming. It shows that your time is valuable, your peace is sacred, and your emotional energy is not available for people who twist your words to feed their ego. Walking away strengthens your identity because it teaches you that self-respect is not proved through battle, but preserved through boundaries. Choosing peace over validation is another profound act of inner liberation. Toxic people often try to control you by keeping you desperate for their approval. They want you explaining yourself, defending your intentions, or proving your worth. But when you choose peace, you stop looking to broken people for confirmation of your value. You no longer seek reassurance from those who benefit from misunderstanding you. This is the moment you step into the spiritual maturity Carl Jung described, where your sense of self comes from within, not from unstable opinions. Peace becomes your compass, not validation, and you begin to move through life with a quiet strength that does not beg to be seen. Protecting your identity instead of your ego is where true transformation begins. Ego reacts. Identity remains rooted. Ego seeks to win. Identity seeks to stay aligned with truth. Ego wants to dominate. Identity wants to stay authentic. When toxic people try to provoke you, it is often your ego that wants to respond, defend, or retaliate. But your identity, your soul, your essence, understands that not every battle is meant to be fought. Choosing identity over ego is a spiritual discipline because it forces you to ask, who am I being right now? Instead of shrinking to match someone's dysfunction, you rise to match your own values. Through these daily, subtle choices, self-respect becomes a living practice. You change not by force, but by intention, not by fighting toxicity, but by refusing to let it shape your behavior. And as these choices accumulate, something irreversible happens inside you. Your boundaries become stronger, your reactions become calmer, and your presence becomes more grounded. What once triggered you no longer touches you. What once controlled you can no longer reach you. And this is the quiet, powerful sign of a true spiritual awakening when you finally realize that self-respect was never about controlling others, but about mastering yourself. If you find this content touching your heart, please consider becoming a member to receive more in-depth lessons and direct support from me. In the end, respecting yourself in front of toxic people is not about winning arguments or proving your worth. It's about knowing your value so deeply that no one can shake it. As Carl Jung reminds us, when you become conscious of who you truly are, you stop allowing others to define you or drain your energy. Choose boundaries over guilt, silence over chaos, and dignity over emotional battles. If this message resonated with you, please like the video, share it with someone who may need this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep insights into self-growth and inner strength. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. 8 signs you have the rarest psychological type on Earth. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Today, we're diving into the rarest psychological type on Earth. The kind of mind that sees the world differently, not because it tries to, but because it's wired to. If you've ever felt out of place, deeply intuitive, or unusually perceptive, this video may reveal something powerful about who you really are. As you listen, try to reflect on your own experiences and ask yourself, which of these signs resonate with me most? Share your thoughts in the comments below so we can grow together as a community of self-aware, evolving souls. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where every insight is an invitation to become more of who you were always meant to be. 1. Supernatural emotional depth. You do not simply feel emotions, you navigate them like vast oceans, each wave carrying layers of meaning that most people will never notice. And this is why your emotional depth often appears supernatural to those around you. What others call mood or sensitivity unfolds within you as a full psychological symphony, where every subtle shift in energy becomes a message your inner world knows how to translate. You sense unspoken intentions, hidden emotional tones, and the quiet truths buried beneath someone's carefully crafted words, not because you are unstable, but because you are exquisitely tuned into the deeper layers of human experience. Carl Jung called this profound inner sensitivity the doorway to the objective psyche, the realm where emotions are not just personal reactions, but windows into universal patterns of truth. Your feelings do not simply pass through you. They speak to you, guide you, and sometimes warn you, which is why you often notice emotional changes or energetic discomfort long before anyone else realizes something is wrong. This depth can make you appear intense or mysterious, but in reality, it is emotional sophistication, your ability to perceive meaning beyond the surface. And yet, this rare sensitivity often pulls you naturally towards spirituality because you have always sensed that life moves through invisible layers, that every emotion has a spiritual echo, and that every connection carries energetic information beneath the physical interaction. As you grow, this sensitivity begins shaping your spiritual awakening, helping you recognize that inner guidance is not imagination, but intuition sharpened through emotional intelligence. You have known for a long time that what you feel is real, even when the world encourages you to numb it or doubt it. Your emotional depth becomes a compass pointing you toward alignment, truth, and integrity, and pulling you away from environments, people, and energies that are out of resonance. This is why your presence often feels comforting yet powerful. People feel seen by you in a way they cannot explain, because you perceive the soul behind the behavior, the intention beneath the action, the wound beneath the words. But your depth has also shaped your story. You may have been told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or overthinking, when in truth, you were simply processing the world at a greater vibrational frequency than those around you. You learned early that others do not feel with the same intensity, and you may have dimmed your own emotional truth to make them comfortable. Yet, as Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And who you truly are is someone whose emotional complexity is not a flaw, but an extraordinary gift, an inner instrument tuned to the frequencies most people never hear. When you honor this depth, instead of suppressing it, your emotions refine into wisdom. Your intuition strengthens, your self-awareness sharpens, and the world within you becomes a powerful source of clarity, perception, and spiritual strength. This is the silent brilliance behind your emotional depth. It is not chaos, but intelligence, not weakness, but refined perception, not instability, but an innate connection to truth, one that continues guiding you deeper into your spirituality and your ongoing spiritual awakening. Comment below. I honor my emotional depth if you recognize this rare sensitivity within yourself and are ready to embrace the unique gift Carl Jung spoke about. 2. Sacred curiosity and radical questioning. You naturally live in a state of sacred curiosity and radical questioning, always drawn to the deeper meaning beneath life, systems, and relationships, never satisfied with surface-level explanations or blind conformity. While others may accept what is handed to them without resistance, you feel an inner pull to ask why, to look behind appearances, and to sense what is hidden beneath words and behaviors. This is not rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It is the mark of a rare mind, one that Carl Jung described through the transcendent function, the ability to hold paradox, to live between opposites, and to perceive truths that most people instinctively avoid because they feel uncomfortable or destabilizing. You are wired to seek meaning, not comfort. This is why you cannot fully surrender to shallow norms or rigid belief systems that lack authenticity. Your inner world refuses to settle for borrowed conclusions, emotional shortcuts, or inherited ideas that do not resonate with truth. Even when society encourages you to stay quiet, stay small, or accept what is convenient, something within you continues to whisper that there is more to life than what is visible. This inner tension between what is seen and what is felt is where both your spirituality and spiritual development quietly evolve. Because your questions are not destructive, they are awakening. They pull you inward and upward at the same time, guiding you to examine not only the world, but also your fears, your patterns, your attachments, and your unconscious motives. Because of this, you often move through life with heightened awareness. You notice emotional undercurrents in conversations, unspoken tensions in systems, and hidden motives in relationships. Not because you are suspicious, but because your perception naturally extends beyond the surface. You feel things before they are said, sense shifts before they become visible, and recognize misalignment even when everything appears fine on the outside. This depth also shapes the way you bond with others. You seek meaning over convenience, truth over performance, and authenticity over approval. Shallow connections drain you, while deep, soulful exchanges nourish you, because your inner world is designed for depth, not pretense. This same sacred curiosity that sharpens your awareness also turns inward, making you capable of profound self-reflection, emotional honesty, and inner growth. You question why you feel what you feel, why you repeat certain cycles, and what unresolved parts of you are asking to be seen. This is where real transformation begins. Because you do not escape discomfort, you study it. Jung's work lives through this process as you learn to hold both light and shadow, confidence and doubt, strength and vulnerability at once without collapsing into extremes. This capacity to exist between opposites is what allows you to evolve rather than remain fixed in fear or illusion. Yet this depth does not come without weight. At times, your mind feels heavy from constant reflection. Your heart grows tired from emotional intensity, and loneliness can arise when few people seem to speak your inner language. When insight is not balanced with grounding, you may drift into overthinking, emotional fatigue, or spiritual isolation. Still, this question is not your weakness. It is your compass. It is the quiet force that keeps you aligned with growth, even when you feel lost. It explains why you are drawn to psychology, symbolism, mysticism, healing, and the unseen forces shaping human behavior. Often without knowing exactly why, only that something ancient within you is being activated. The rare truth is that minds like yours are not meant to repeat what has already been thought, but to refine it through lived awareness. You are here to challenge unconscious patterns, to embody insight, and to transform confusion into clarity through lived experience. The deeper you honor this nature, the more your life shifts from searching to recognizing, from resisting to understanding, from surviving to consciously evolving. The true value you are meant to carry forward is simple yet powerful. Trust your questions instead of silencing them. Seek truth without needing permission. Allow growth without guilt. Balance reflection with rest. And recognize that your sacred curiosity is not a burden. It is the engine of your spiritual development and the doorway through which your spirituality becomes real, embodied, and transformative. 3. Conscious independence and self-built identity. You developed your psychological independence early in life, not because the path was gentle, but because adversity required you to rely on your own inner strength long before you could safely rely on anyone else. Instead of seeking constant validation from the outside world, you learned to build your identity from within, layer by layer, through self-reflection, endurance, and quiet self-trust. This inner construction of the self is what Carl Jung called individuation, the lifelong journey toward becoming whole, a process most people unconsciously avoid because it demands responsibility, honesty, and the courage to face both light and shadow. When others were learning how to belong by fitting in, you were learning how to survive by standing alone. Over time, that separation did not harden you, it refined you. What began as emotional necessity slowly transformed into inner clarity, and what once felt like isolation evolved into awareness. You no longer shape yourself to match expectations because your sense of self was forged through lived experience rather than borrowed through social roles. This is one of the clearest signs of a rare psychological type. Your identity is not assembled from approval, trends, or emotional dependence, but built through conscious choice and inner inquiry. This kind of independence carries a quiet power. You may speak softly, yet your presence feels grounded. You may choose solitude at times, yet your energy still feels steady in a crowded room. You do not cling to others to feel complete, because you learned early that wholeness must be cultivated from the inside. While many are still searching for themselves in labels, relationships, or social mirrors, you are already walking the inward path, guided by an inner compass shaped through struggle and reflection. This path is not loud, but it is deeply rooted in spiritual wisdom. As Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet very few willingly endure the discomfort required to reach that truth. You did not wait for permission to begin that work. Life placed you on that path early, and through it, you developed discernment instead of dependency, depth instead of imitation, and self-authority instead of emotional borrowing. This does not make you cold or distant. It makes you internally anchored. Your independence is not a rejection of connection, but a mature form of it. You do not seek others to complete you, but to share with you. And this is precisely why people may feel both drawn to you and unsettled by you. At the same time, your self-built identity quietly reflects what many have not yet faced within themselves. Your inner stability exposes the fragility of unconscious living without ever needing to say a word. The deeper you move along this inward journey of individuation, the more you realize that your independence is not merely psychological, but spiritual as well. You no longer look to the world to define you. You listen inward to your conscience, your intuition, and a truth that cannot be seen but can be felt. This is where spiritual awakening quietly begins, not with spectacle, but with the steady courage to stand in your truth, even when no one else understands it. And in that silent strength, your life becomes a living expression of the union between Carl Jung's psychology and timeless spiritual wisdom. Affirm your inner strength by commenting below, "I am sovereign in my identity." Let this be your reminder that your independence and self-built identity are guiding you toward your highest truth. 4. Hyperperceptive intuition. Your hyperperceptive intuition gives you an ability that most people will never fully understand, because you do not simply observe the world, you feel it. You sense the subtle shifts in tone, the tightening of someone's jaw, the hesitation behind a forced smile, and the unspoken truth hiding beneath polished words. This is not overthinking. It is what Carl Jung described as perception via the unconscious, a natural and immediate recognition of patterns that others step over blindly. You pick up emotional undercurrents in silence, detect mismatched energy before conflict appears, and notice the tiniest fractures in someone's behavior long before they become visible to the rest of the world. And while people may misunderstand this depth as suspicion or sensitivity, you intuitively know it is far more precise than that, because your mind works in layers. What others hear as conversation, you experience as information woven with nuance, tension, and meaning that lives between the lines. Yet this level of awareness, when left unprotected, can slowly drain you from the inside out, because feeling so much requires boundaries that most people with your rare psychological type never learned to set early in life, especially when they were conditioned to be the healer, the listener, the emotional anchor for everyone else. This intuitive gift becomes heavy not because it is wrong, but because it is constant. You absorb the unresolved grief of a friend when they step into the room. You sense the disappointment someone carries, even when they say they are fine. You feel the shift in someone's energy the moment they lose trust, and you detect misalignment in relationships long before the breakup arrives. And while all of this gives you profound psychological insight, it also becomes a silent burden because your nervous system is processing information that others are not aware they are even expressing. This is why emotional burnout appears in your life, not as sudden collapse, but as slow erosion. Too much empathy, too many unspoken responsibilities, too much merging with people who never realized how deeply you felt them. Jung warned that without conscious boundaries, the unconscious becomes a force that overwhelms rather than guides. And this is precisely the tension you live through. Sensing everything, yet not always knowing how to filter what isn't yours. Here is where spirituality becomes essential, not as belief, but as a practice of self-preservation. Because your spiritual awakening begins the moment you realize that your intuition is not meant to carry people, but to clarify your own path. As you grow into this awareness, you start recognizing that your intuition is not random. It is a compass. It tells you when a room is unsafe before your logic catches up. It warns you when someone's words do not match their energy. It guides you toward people whose presence feels like alignment, and distances you from those whose presence feels like heaviness. With time, you learn that not every emotional signal requires intervention, not every tension requires healing, and not every sorrow you sense belongs in your hands. You begin to separate empathy from responsibility, compassion from self-abandonment, and awareness from absorption. And once you understand that your sensitivity is not weakness, but refined perception, you stop apologizing for noticing what others overlook. You stop shrinking yourself to make people comfortable. You stop explaining how you know things you shouldn't know. Instead, you trust the quiet truth rising inside you, the same truth that Jung spent his life studying. When the unconscious speaks, the wise learn to listen. And in honoring this rare gift with stronger boundaries, clearer intuition, and deeper self-respect, you transform your hyper-perceptive nature from emotional exhaustion into spiritual clarity, allowing your inner world to become not a sponge for others, but a sanctuary for yourself. 5. Intense craving for meaning and authenticity. You carry an intense craving for meaning and authenticity that quietly governs the way you think, feel, and move through the world. And this is why you cannot tolerate inauthenticity in any form. Shallow goals feel empty to you. Surface-level conversations feel exhausting, and unaligned paths feel almost painful to follow because your inner world demands truth, coherence, and depth. You are not satisfied with appearances or borrowed identities. You want what is real beneath the surface. This inner demand is not something you learned. It is built into your psychological structure, and it constantly pulls you toward alignment between who you are inside and how you live on the outside. Because you live with this level of inner integrity, you naturally reject what is false without needing to argue or attack it. You may simply lose interest, withdraw your energy, or quietly choose a different path. Yet even in your silence, your presence has an effect. Without intending to, you challenge others to confront their own masks, because your refusal to participate in illusion highlights where others are still pretending. In this way, you function as what can only be described as an evolutionary catalyst. Change is stirred in your presence, not because you demand it, but because your way of being exposes what is misaligned. As Carl Jung expressed so powerfully, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this truth is not just an idea for you. It is a lived experience that shapes your daily choices. Your devotion to truth often places you on a different rhythm from the world around you. You may feel out of place in environments that reward performance over substance or status over sincerity. What excites others may leave you cold, while what truly moves you is meaning, purpose, and inner coherence. This is where your path of spirituality and spiritual development deepens, not through rituals alone, but through the constant inner refinement of values, motives, and identity. You are not driven to accumulate more masks. You are driven to remove them. Over time, your standards in relationships, work, and even self-expression become more precise, not because you are becoming rigid, but because your clarity is sharpening. This clarity, however, can be misunderstood. Some may see your intensity as judgment, your distance as coldness, or your silence as superiority. In truth, your intensity is simply devotion. Your distance is discernment, and your silence is often self-protection. You are not rejecting people, you are rejecting falseness. And this rejection is not destructive, it is surgical. It removes what does not belong so that what is true can finally breathe. Each time you choose alignment over comfort, or truth over approval, something old dissolves and something more essential begins to take shape. Your life, therefore, becomes less about fitting into the world as it is, and more about embodying the deeper potential of who you are becoming. Growth for you does not feel like climbing higher. It feels like going deeper. It feels like shedding, refining, and remembering. You begin to realize that your sensitivity to falseness is not a weakness to be corrected, but a gift to be mastered. It protects you from wasting years on what does not matter. It guides you toward relationships built on truth rather than performance. It anchors you in a form of spirituality that is lived through integrity, not merely spoken through beliefs. And through this discipline of inner honesty, you quietly encourage others to begin their own transformation simply by standing in what is real. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on transforming your search for meaning into true inner fulfillment. 6. Continuous evolution and outgrowing the familiar. You repeatedly outgrow people, places, and even the versions of yourself you once believed would last forever. And this constant shedding is not instability. It is the natural rhythm of transformation that Carl Jung described as psychological death and rebirth. Each time you evolve, something within you must quietly end so something deeper can begin. And that process is rarely comfortable. You begin to feel that you can no longer return to spaces that once felt familiar because they now require you to dim your truth, soften your awareness, or pretend to be smaller than you have become. What once felt like home now feels restrictive. And this inner conflict is one of the clearest signatures of a rare psychological type. As your awareness expands, your tolerance for what is false stagnant, or misaligned disappears. And this is where many relationships, environments, and even identities begin to fall away. People who once understood you may no longer recognize you, not because you are lost, but because you have changed at a level they cannot yet follow. Jung once said, "What looks like a breakdown is often a breakthrough." And this truth becomes visible in your life as cycles of ending and renewal that shape your character again and again. Every time you rise into a new level of clarity, you lose access to the world you came from. And that loss can feel painful, confusing, and deeply lonely. Yet this loneliness is not emptiness. It is the space where your new self is being formed. You are no longer able to bend your values just to preserve connection, and you no longer have the ability to ignore what your soul now sees. Your growth becomes irreversible. Once a truth is seen, it cannot be unseen. Once your inner world shifts, your outer world must eventually follow. This is why others may resist your change, judge it, or misunderstand it. Your evolution reflects what they may still be avoiding within themselves, and not everyone is ready to face that reflection. This is where spiritual wisdom quietly weaves into psychological transformation. You are not simply changing for ambition, success, or appearance. You are changing because something inside you demands alignment between who you are becoming and how you are living. You would rather experience discomfort than live in contradiction. You would rather walk alone than walk falsely. This is the cost of deep awareness and the quiet mark of a rare inner structure. As Carl Jung warned, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege often arrives wrapped in the pain of outgrowing what once felt safe. Each time you move forward, you leave behind not only people and places, but entire identities, old fears, old beliefs, old self-definitions that no longer hold your truth. Your life begins to feel less like a straight road and more like a series of initiations. Endings arrive without asking permission. New beginnings rise before you feel ready. Yet with every cycle, your inner authority strengthens, your clarity deepens, and your attachment to illusion weakens. You slowly stop fearing loss because you finally understand that every loss has been shaping your ability to live authentically. At a certain point, you no longer ask why doors keep closing behind you. You understand that they close because you no longer belong in the rooms they lead to. This awareness is not only psychological, it is spiritual. True spiritual wisdom is not about staying the same while speaking higher truths. It is about allowing your entire being to transform in alignment with what you now see as real. And the more you honor this inner evolution, the more you realize that your constant change is not chaos. It is the quiet proof of an awakened inner compass, guided not by comfort, but by truth. As Carl Jung revealed through the depths of the human psyche. 7. Transformational presence. Your presence carries a quiet gravity that few can name, but many can feel. A gentle yet undeniable pull that makes people open up, soften, and unravel truths they have kept buried for years. Because something about the way you listen without judgment, without rushing, without needing to prove anything, creates an atmosphere where the soul finally exhales. Carl Jung called this the helper syndrome, a rare psychological pattern found in those whose empathy is so deep and whose spirituality is so instinctive that transformation happens around them almost effortlessly. You don't force change. You don't preach change. You simply embody a stillness that invites others to find themselves again, as if your energy quietly tells them, it's safe now. You can come home to yourself. And yet, this powerful gift often begins as a subtle pattern you don't even notice at first. Strangers confide in you within minutes. Friends tell you their darkest truths with trembling voices. And people who usually hide behind emotional armor suddenly break open in your presence. They might say, I don't know why I'm telling you this. And the truth is, they don't, but their subconscious does. Your presence feels like a sanctuary, a warm room in the middle of a storm, a soft ground where their defenses melt and their real selves step forward. This is the mark of someone deep in the process of spiritual awakening. Someone whose inner clarity and emotional intelligence naturally extend into the outer world. People feel lighter after talking to you, not because you solved their problems, but because your calmness reorganizes their chaos. Like two chemical substances meeting, as Jung famously said, if there is any reaction, both are transformed. And with you, there is always a reaction gentle, healing, and often life-changing. But with this gift comes a quiet burden, one that grows heavier if you don't learn the spiritual wisdom hidden underneath. When you hold space so deeply for others, you risk becoming their emotional anchor, the person they lean on for stability, clarity, and meaning. And while your empathy is expansive, it is not infinite. Over time, you may notice your energy fading after long conversations, your thoughts sinking under the emotional weight you've absorbed, your spirit becoming quieter, not in peace, but in exhaustion. This is where discernment becomes essential. You are here to guide, not to carry, to reflect, not to absorb, to support, not to lose yourself inside someone else's inner storm. Without boundaries, the helper becomes the one who needs help, not because they are weak, but because they gave too much without realizing their own needs. As your spirituality deepens, you learn to distinguish between being present and being consumed. You begin to understand that true service does not wound the servant, and real compassion does not require self-sacrifice. You start recognizing the moments when someone seeks your presence not to heal, but to escape their own responsibility. The moments when silence is wiser than advice. The moments when walking away is more loving than staying. And with this awareness, your transformational presence evolves into something even stronger, an energy that heals without draining, that guides without rescuing, that empowers without absorbing the other person's shadows. Your role changes from emotional sponge to conscious mirror, from quiet caretaker to awakened soul who knows how to hold space without losing yourself inside it. And in that shift, you discover the rarest truth of all. Your presence transforms others most powerfully when you are also fully present for yourself. To honor your transformational presence, declare it with confidence. Comment below. I rise and transform, to affirm your growth and inspire others to awaken their power too. 8. Deep inner sense of purpose. Even if undefined, you feel a quiet but persistent pull towards something meaningful that you cannot yet fully explain. And this feeling is neither random nor driven by ego, but rises from a deeper place within you. Carl Jung described this mysterious force as potential-seeking expression, a truth that lives in your soul long before your mind can give it a name. When you ignore this inner calling, life may begin to feel strangely empty, heavy with anxiety, or lacking direction, even when everything on the surface appears successful. Yet when you begin to live in harmony with it, a subtle but powerful sense of peace and fulfillment starts to grow. Not because all your questions are answered, but because your inner and outer worlds begin moving in the same direction through spirituality and spiritual development. This inner purpose often reveals itself through restlessness, deep sensitivity to meaning, and an unshakable sense that you were meant for more than survival, routines, or shallow ambition. You may feel different from others, not because you are better, but because you are wired to search beneath the surface of life. The discomfort you experience when living out of alignment is not a weakness. It is a signal from your psyche that something essential is being ignored. Jung believed that when this inner voice is suppressed, the soul suffers, and that suffering often shows up as emotional fatigue, dissatisfaction without a clear cause, or the haunting feeling that your true life has not yet fully begun. As you begin to listen inwardly, even in small ways, you may notice gentle shifts unfolding. Your priorities start to change, your relationships transform, and your choices become guided more by inner truth than by external validation. What once felt like confusion begins to reveal itself as preparation. What once felt like weakness becomes a pathway to depth, and what once felt like loneliness becomes space for authenticity. You are no longer driven by the need to impress, but by the desire to become real. Peace does not come from certainty, but from sincerity. It does not come from control, but from trust. It does not come from perfection, but from honest participation in your own becoming. Your purpose does not arrive as a loud revelation or a single dramatic moment. More often, it appears as a direction rather than a destination, a way of being rather than a status or title. It guides you through intuition, moments of discomfort, unexpected synchronicities, and quiet inner resonance. As you follow these signals, your outer world slowly reshapes itself to mirror the truth you are discovering within. You may not immediately gain clarity about where the path will lead, but you gain something far more powerful, a sense of coherence, a feeling that your thoughts, values, and actions are finally aligned. The deeper message is clear. Your inner calling is real, even when it feels undefined. And ignoring it breeds anxiety, while honoring it cultivates peace. Discomfort often acts as a compass rather than a flaw, and true fulfillment grows from alignment rather than achievement. Your spiritual development unfolds not through force, pressure, or comparison, but through quiet awareness, courage, and steady attention to what your soul has been trying to express all along. In the end, discovering that you may carry one of the rarest psychological types on earth is not about feeling superior. It is about understanding your depth, your sensitivity, and your unique responsibility to the world. As Carl Jung so beautifully revealed through his wisdom, if these 8 signs resonate with your inner life, it may be a reminder that your way of seeing, feeling, and thinking is not meant to be hidden, but honored and refined through self-awareness and conscious growth. If you found value in this message, please like the video, share it with someone who needs this insight, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more deep psychological and spiritual teachings. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on Carl Jung, self-discovery, and inner awakening. You are smarter than most people. You are not antisocial. As Albert Einstein once said, the monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind. If you've ever felt out of place in a crowded room, preferring the depth of your own thoughts over shallow conversations, it's not because you're antisocial. It's because your intelligence is guiding you toward deeper meaning. In this video from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll uncover why solitude is often the companion of those with sharper minds and how embracing this truth can lead to profound spiritual awakening and personal growth. Do you believe intelligence naturally draws us toward solitude? Share your thoughts in the comments. I'd love to hear your perspective. 1. Intelligent people and solitude. Intelligent people often step away from social life not because they despise others or carry arrogance in their hearts, but because they sense that life has a depth far beyond what can be found in shallow conversations and fleeting entertainments. And this inner knowing pulls them into solitude where meaning is clearer and truth is sharper. For Arthur Schopenhauer, solitude was not a weakness, but the natural destiny of those who think deeply. Because once the mind is awakened to greater truths, the soul finds little nourishment in triviality. In our modern world, this truth is even more visible, as countless people fill their days with social noise, endless gossip, and digital distractions, while those with intelligence and spiritual awakening quietly withdraw, recognizing that peace and wisdom cannot be cultivated in chaos. To prefer solitude is not to be antisocial. It is to be selective, to choose what uplifts the soul rather than what drains it, and to stand firm in the awareness that silence often speaks more powerfully than 1,000 empty words. Schopenhauer understood that solitude is the workshop of the mind and the sanctuary of the spirit, where creativity blossoms, vision sharpens, and wisdom matures. And this is why history's greatest thinkers, inventors, and prophets have always cherished silence. Today, solitude may look like choosing an evening of reading, meditation, or reflection over the lure of constant connection, or walking away from a crowded room, not because you dislike people, but because you crave a conversation with your own soul. This choice is not selfish. It is sacred, because through solitude, a man refines his intelligence and discovers the spiritual truths that guide him forward. In a society that often mistakes busyness for success and noise for vitality, the intelligent man must remember that stillness is where transformation begins, and that a mind trained in solitude is a mind that can withstand any storm. Yet true solitude is never about building walls of pride. It is about creating space to hear the deeper voice within, the voice of wisdom that whispers through silence. Intelligence without spirituality risks becoming cold and detached, but intelligence joined with spiritual awakening becomes a force of clarity, compassion, and higher vision. This means that the man who embraces solitude must not use it as a weapon of superiority, but as a well from which he draws insight to serve others. Modern life constantly demands that we be available, visible, and responsive. Yet the intelligent and spiritually awakened soul knows the power of stepping back, of saying no, of carving sacred time for reflection so that his presence in the world becomes more meaningful when he chooses to engage. Therefore, solitude should be seen not as an escape from people, but as a return to self, not as rejection of the world, but as preparation to re-enter it with strength and wisdom. The man who chooses solitude learns that silence is not emptiness, but fullness, not loneliness, but freedom. And in that freedom, he discovers his truest identity. Schopenhauer's wisdom reminds us that solitude is the natural companion of intelligence, and spirituality teaches us that it is also the soil in which awakening grows. To embrace solitude is to embrace transformation, and to walk away from the superficial is to walk toward the eternal, where the soul finds the clarity it has been longing for all along. Do you often feel more at peace in solitude than in a crowd? If yes, share your story in the comments so others can connect with your experience. If not, simply comment, "I will embrace solitude," to begin honoring your intelligence and spiritual wisdom today. 2. Shallow interactions versus depth of mind. Most people spend their days caught up in surface-level exchanges, conversations that circle around weather, money, or trivial matters. Interactions that are often more about protecting ego and maintaining appearances than sharing anything real. To someone whose intelligence runs deep, this kind of social life can feel draining, artificial, and hollow because they see through the performance. They notice the masks people wear, the rehearsed smiles, the empty laughter that tries to cover over discomfort or insecurity. What feels like connection to others may feel like deception to them because the energy is not rooted in authenticity. This is why many highly intelligent individuals often choose solitude, not because they dislike people, but because they are searching for something truer than small talk and rituals of ego. Solitude becomes a sanctuary where they can think freely, breathe deeply, and listen to the quiet truths that ordinary noise drowns out. In this silence, they find clarity, because the absence of shallow performance allows the soul to stretch into new dimensions of understanding. This choice is not arrogance, but alignment, an inner decision to honor what feels genuine. When you strip away the need to perform for others, what remains is a space of raw honesty, where you are no longer bound by superficial expectations, but liberated to be yourself fully. This is the space where spirituality and spiritual development flourish, because in solitude, you can finally hear the voice of intuition and the call of your higher self. History's greatest minds, from philosophers to poets, recognize this truth. Arthur Schopenhauer once observed, "The more unintelligent a man is, the less mysterious existence seems to him." His words reveal that shallow interactions flatten life into routines, while the intelligent, the spiritually awake, and the seekers of truth sense that life itself is layered with mysteries that cannot be reached through empty chatter. Those who feel alien in superficial gatherings are not antisocial. They are simply attuned to a different frequency, one that longs for authenticity and depth. This longing manifests in everyday choices, preferring a meaningful book to endless gossip, a quiet walk in nature to a crowded party, an honest conversation to a room full of masks. Each of these choices is a declaration that the quality of life matters more than its noise, and that the spirit grows stronger in silence than in performance. The pull toward solitude is also the pull toward inner expansion, because when you are alone, you are not really lonely. You are with yourself, and in that presence lies the beginning of wisdom. Solitude becomes the soil where seeds of insight, clarity, and strength take root. It teaches you to value depth over distraction, essence over appearance, and authenticity over approval. If you have ever felt drained by shallow conversations, if you have ever walked away from a crowd and felt relief in your own company, know that it is not a flaw, but a sign of intelligence and a call to spiritual development. It is life's way of showing you that your path is meant to go deeper, that your spirit hungers for truth, and that your growth cannot be confined to shallow waters. Protect your energy and do not apologize for seeking depth. Let solitude become your teacher, your mirror, and your sanctuary. For when you honor this call, you discover that true connection is not about quantity, but quality. Not about ego, but essence. And not about being everywhere, but being fully present where truth is allowed to live. If you know your mind was made for depth, not shallow interactions, comment below, "I choose depth," to affirm your path of spiritual wisdom and intelligence. 3. Solitude as freedom and authenticity. Schopenhauer once said, "A man can be himself only so long as he is alone." Solitude is not a curse, nor is it a rejection of others. It is freedom, the purest state where the soul breathes and the mind is allowed to expand without interference. In solitude, intelligence flourishes, creativity awakens, and truth reveals itself with clarity. To be alone is to walk into the inner sanctuary where distractions fade and authenticity emerges. It is not loneliness, but a form of liberation that gives you permission to be fully yourself. When the world demands masks, solitude offers you the mirror of your own soul. Most people run from this mirror because it forces them to face what they have long buried. They cling to constant noise, endless conversations, and fleeting entertainment, so they never have to sit with their true thoughts. But if you feel called to silence, if you find comfort in solitude, it means your intelligence is guiding you to something greater. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." To turn inward is not antisocial behavior. It is the beginning of awakening, the threshold of spiritual wisdom. Solitude is not emptiness, but the soil where self-awareness and transformation take root. History shows us that the greatest thinkers embrace solitude as their ally. Albert Einstein admitted, "The monotony and solitude of a quiet life stimulates the creative mind." Nikola Tesla walked alone so he could listen to ideas that others were too distracted to hear. Leonardo da Vinci withdrew from the crowd not because he despised people, but because he needed the silence to unlock the visions that changed the world. Their solitude was not isolation, but connection to higher intelligence, to truth, to the divine spark of inspiration. What others mistook as detachment was, in fact, the path to genius. If you find that crowded rooms exhaust you, if endless small talk leaves you restless, It does not mean you are broken or cold-hearted. It means your mind is designed for depth. You hunger for meaning, not for noise, for genuine connection, not superficial approval. Choosing to step away is not weakness, but strength, not arrogance, but intelligence. You are protecting the sanctity of your energy, conserving it for what truly matters. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that silence is not the absence of sound, but the presence of alignment with the self. Solitude becomes the sacred ground where your inner voice grows louder than the world's distractions. When you embrace solitude, you discover that you are not running away from life. You are stepping into the heart of it. This is where your intelligence sharpens, where your soul speaks, and where your spirit finds peace. Schopenhauer was right. Only in solitude do we truly meet ourselves. Jung was right. Only by looking inward do we awaken. And the truth is clear. Your solitude is not a sign of being antisocial. It is proof that you are smarter than most people, that you are aligned with spiritual wisdom, and that you are brave enough to seek authenticity in a world addicted to noise. If solitude feels like freedom and a return to your true self, comment below. I embrace authenticity. Let this be your commitment to living with intelligence and spiritual wisdom. 4. Intelligence and suffering. With deeper awareness comes an intensity of suffering, because the more clearly one sees the truth of life, the more one feels the weight of impermanence, absurdity, and endless striving. Intelligence and suffering are inseparable. For once the veil of illusion is lifted, you can no longer hide behind the comforting distractions that shield most people from reality. You begin to notice how everything is fleeting, how desires burn brightly but fade quickly, and how every pursuit of pleasure or success leads back to the same emptiness. Arthur Schopenhauer's words ring true here. The more intelligent a man is, the more he suffers. This does not mean that intelligence condemns you to misery, but rather that it opens your eyes to see beyond the surface of existence, where most people are content to dwell. To live with intelligence and spiritual awakening is to feel the sharp edges of reality, to sense the futility of chasing what never lasts, and to recognize that desire and dissatisfaction form an endless cycle. A man may long for wealth, status, or companionship, and for a brief moment, he may feel fulfilled. But soon, the dissatisfaction returns, urging him to chase something else. When you are awake, you see this cycle clearly, and that very clarity can feel unbearable. Yet within this suffering lies the seed of wisdom. For the pain of seeing life's illusions dissolves the false and draws you toward what is real. Spirituality teaches that suffering is not an enemy, but a guide, a fire that refines the soul in the same way gold is purified in the furnace. Through suffering, you begin to seek meaning, not in the external world, but in the depths of your own being, where truth and freedom reside. In modern life, this truth is often misunderstood. Those who prefer solitude over noisy company are quickly judged as antisocial. Yet solitude for the awakened man is not loneliness, but strength. It is in solitude that clarity deepens, creativity unfolds, and the inner voice becomes audible. The Bible reminds us, "Be still and know that I am God." And that stillness is not a void, but a doorway into wisdom and peace. In a society obsessed with distraction and noise, choosing silence becomes a radical act of courage, and it is in that silence that the intelligent man discovers his power. Carl Jung noted that man needs difficulties. They are necessary for health. And this insight shows that suffering and conflict are not curses, but essential teachers in the process of individuation, the path to becoming whole. When you carry the burden of awareness, it is easy to feel out of place in a world where others seem satisfied with shallow pursuits. But this feeling is not a flaw. It is evidence that your spirit is awake. Intelligence strips away the illusions of permanence and control. And although this stripping brings pain, it also invites transformation. The suffering that once felt heavy begins to reveal its higher purpose, for it teaches you detachment from false promises and aligns you with deeper truths. Rather than running from this awareness, embrace it, for it is through suffering that wisdom matures, and through solitude that strength is born. The intelligent man, awakened to the cycles of life, learns not to numb himself with distractions, but to sit with his thoughts, to meditate, to write, to grow, and to live with a freedom untouchable by the illusions that bind others. And though the journey is not without pain, it is precisely this pain that becomes the path to profound wisdom, lasting strength, and the quiet dignity of a soul fully awake. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights on intelligence and suffering. Type in the comments, "I embrace my intelligence and rise above suffering," to affirm your journey today. 5. Detachment as rebellion. Arthur Schopenhauer once described society as a stage where countless individuals wear masks, each one carefully crafted to gain approval, validation, and applause. Yet beneath these masks lies a deep emptiness that the intelligent soul cannot ignore. When you begin to see the world in this way, the constant pursuit of recognition feels shallow, almost meaningless, and you realize how much of human life is spent chasing illusions rather than truth. This is why those with higher intelligence often feel detached, not because they despise people, but because they sense something greater beyond the performance. Detachment becomes a quiet rebellion, a refusal to keep playing roles that were never authentic to begin with, a way of protecting one's inner integrity. It is not about rejecting life, but about rejecting false values, shallow conversations, and the exhausting pursuit of appearances. For true spirituality and spiritual development only begin when you stop living through borrowed scripts and start creating your own. In this rebellion of detachment, freedom takes on a new meaning, because freedom is no longer about doing what the crowd approves of, but about setting your own pace, defining your own values, and walking your own path. The intelligent person understands that solitude is not isolation, but sacred ground for growth, creativity, and clarity. While many run from solitude because it confronts them with their own inner emptiness, those who are spiritually awakened embrace it as the place where wisdom matures and self-respect is born. In solitude, masks fall away, illusions dissolve, and you are left with the raw truth of who you are. Detachment, then, is not coldness. It is the highest form of respect for your soul, a conscious decision to no longer let your energy be drained by conformity. It is a rebellion that says, "I will no longer measure myself by the shallow yardsticks of society. I will no longer trade authenticity for acceptance, and I will no longer live to satisfy the fleeting applause of others." In the context of modern life, this kind of detachment may look like refusing to chase empty status symbols, resisting shallow social circles, or daring to slow down in a culture obsessed with constant acceleration. It means saying no to the endless cycle of comparison and competition, and instead choosing mindfulness, presence, and authenticity. In a society addicted to noise, distraction, and performance, detachment becomes a radical act of spiritual awakening, a choice to live deeply rather than superficially. Schopenhauer's insight pushes you to ask yourself with honesty, what values truly belong to you, and what values have you unconsciously inherited from others? Which beliefs have shaped your choices, and which ones no longer serve your growth? By peeling away the illusions and discarding the false, you discover the true self waiting beneath the self that cannot be bought, shaped, or silenced by societal expectations. To live this way is to understand that not fitting into the crowd is not a flaw, but a form of strength, a sign that your intelligence has awakened you to realities others have not yet seen. It is an acknowledgement that true belonging begins not when others accept you, but when you fully belong to yourself. Detachment, as rebellion, is not about turning your back on the world, but about engaging with it from a place of truth, depth, and authenticity. It is about having the courage to stand apart when necessary, the wisdom to embrace solitude when it nurtures your soul, and the clarity to choose authenticity over illusion. When you live in this way, you embody the essence of spiritual development, proving through your presence that real freedom is not found in approval, but in authenticity, not in masks, but in truth, and not in the crowd, but in the unshakable strength of your own soul. Do you feel the power of detachment as a true act of rebellion? If you do, write it with conviction in the comments. I choose detachment. I choose freedom. 6. The sacred power of solitude. Solitude is not a punishment nor a sign of weakness. It is the sacred crucible where intelligence and spiritual wisdom are refined. When you step away from society's endless chatter, you begin to hear the deeper rhythm of your own soul. And in that silence, you uncover truths that the noise of the world often hides. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." And solitude is the very space where this awakening begins. The quiet you seek is not about rejecting people. It is about choosing authenticity over pretense, clarity over confusion, and depth over superficiality. This inner detachment is not antisocial behavior. It is the natural call of higher intelligence guiding you toward spiritual awakening. In solitude, you discover the rare freedom that comes from no longer needing to dilute your thoughts with the opinions of others. You begin to think more clearly, create more boldly, and feel more deeply. History shows us that the most intelligent minds, whether philosophers like Schopenhauer or visionaries across cultures, have always embraced solitude not as isolation, but as a wellspring of insight. Schopenhauer wrote that the more intelligent a man is, the more he suffers. Yet this suffering, when carried into solitude, transforms into profound understanding. The world may call you antisocial, but the truth is that solitude allows you to meet yourself without masks, to confront your fears and desires, and to discover wisdom that no social interaction could ever reveal. As this process unfolds, you realize that true freedom is not the ability to follow every impulse, but the strength to detach from illusions and live in alignment with your own truth. Solitude burns away the distractions and leaves you with the essence of who you really are. Intelligence matures here, not because of accumulated knowledge, but because of the courage to think independently, to question what others accept blindly, and to awaken to the depth of your own being. The clarity that arises becomes the foundation for peace, for creativity, and for an unshakable sense of self-knowledge. Solitude, then, is not emptiness, but fullness. It is the place where authenticity blossoms, where ideas spark with fire, and where the spirit feels free to expand beyond society's narrow definitions. Blaise Pascal once observed, "All of humanity's problems stem from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone," and his words reveal a timeless truth. Most people fear solitude because it forces them to confront themselves. But for those with intelligence and spiritual wisdom, solitude is liberation. It allows you to detach from shallow expectations, to deepen your awareness, and to live in the presence of truth rather than illusion. The next time someone labels you antisocial, understand that what they are really seeing is the power of your intelligence and your refusal to conform to superficiality. You are not running away from connection. You are choosing a higher connection, one that links you to your inner self and to the vast reservoir of spiritual wisdom within. This choice is not about isolation, but about transformation. Not about disconnection, but about awakening. In solitude, you will find the sacred space where your intelligence sharpens, your spirit awakens, and your soul discovers the freedom it was always destined to claim. To honor the sacred power of solitude, make your declaration today. Comment below, "I embrace solitude," to affirm your strength and inspire others to find wisdom in their own silence. And so, the truth is clear. Choosing solitude is not a flaw, but a sign of deeper intelligence and self-awareness. When you step away from the noise, you are not rejecting the world. You are embracing a higher path that only a few dare to walk. If this message has resonated with you, I invite you to like this video, share it with others who may need to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any of our upcoming videos. Until next time, may your journey of self-discovery and inner strength continue to guide you toward true wisdom, the psychology of the ignored child. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung. In today's video on the psychology of the ignored child, we explore how childhood silence shapes adult self-worth, emotional patterns, and the way we move through the world. If you've ever felt invisible, overlooked, or unsure whether you deserve attention, this message will help you understand why, and more importantly, how to reclaim your inner power. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own journey and consider how these principles can bring more healing, growth, and happiness into your daily life. And before we dive deep, let me know in the comments, have you ever felt ignored during childhood? And how has it shaped you today? Your voice matters here on Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection. Early neglect wires the brain to expect rejection, shaping a child's inner world long before they have the words to describe their pain. When a child is consistently ignored, their nervous system adapts to emotional scarcity, training them to survive without the warmth, presence, or acknowledgement that every developing mind needs. they begin forming what psychologists call an internalized neglect schema, a deep belief that their needs are burdens, their feelings are inconvenient, and their existence takes up too much space. This belief is not chosen. It is absorbed through repeated silence. Every unanswered cry, every moment of emotional absence becomes a quiet lesson written into the child's identity. Stay small. Stay quiet. Do not expect to be seen. As these experiences repeat, the child learns that reaching out leads to disappointment, so they retreat inward, carrying a fear that their voice will always be dismissed. They grow into adults who anticipate rejection even in safe environments, walking into rooms as though they must shrink, entering relationships with the instinct to tiptoe around their own needs, and doubting their worth even when they accomplish something meaningful. Instead of feeling proud, they wait for their success to be overlooked because invisibility feels familiar, almost natural. This emotional blueprint becomes their unconscious map for navigating life. It shapes their friendships, influences their romantic choices, and determines the level of love they allow themselves to receive. Yet beneath this pattern lies a spiritual truth that echoes through many teachings on spirituality and spiritual awakening. The child did not become silent because they lacked value, but because silence was the safest response to a world that did not know how to hold them. Their sensitivity, depth, intuition, and emotional awareness qualities that could have blossomed in a nurturing environment became internal shadows they learned to hide. What they perceive as flaws or weaknesses are often the very signs of a soul that feels deeply, observes quietly, and carries an inner richness that was never mirrored back to them in childhood. On the path of healing, adults who were ignored as children begin to notice how this early neglect still echoes through their choices. They may avoid asking for help, fearing they will be dismissed. They may downplay their emotions, believing they are too much. They may struggle with vulnerability because being unseen taught them to guard their inner world fiercely. But as they grow more aware of these patterns, they realize that their silence was a survival strategy, not a reflection of their worth. This awareness becomes a turning point, a moment when the soul begins to remember itself. And this remembering is the essence of spiritual awakening. It is the slow, gentle process of reclaiming the voice they were forced to hide, allowing themselves to take up space, and understanding that being seen is not a luxury, but a human need. It is the shift from believing my needs are burdens to recognizing my needs are valid. It is the transformation from invisibility into presence. When they finally see that the neglect they endured was never a measure of their value, they begin to heal the silent wounds that shaped them and step into a life where they are allowed to speak, to feel, and to be fully seen. If this message speaks to your heart and you're ready to break the cycle of early rejection, repeat after me. I deserve love. I deserve attention. And I am rewriting my story today. 2. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that shape adulthood. Emotional neglect leaves invisible wounds that quietly shape the way you move through the world. Because when a child grows up unheard and unseen, they learn to survive by dimming their own light, minimizing their needs, and convincing themselves that silence is safer than honesty. Unlike physical abuse, emotional neglect often goes unnoticed, but is just as damaging, and you may carry its impact without realizing that the anxiety you feel, the low self-worth that shadows your confidence, or the disconnection you sense in relationships all trace back to those early moments when your emotions were dismissed. As a child, you taught yourself to become small, not because you lacked strength, but because no one showed you that your feelings mattered, and so you adapted by hiding your true self, suppressing your needs, and building an inner world where expressing emotion felt like a burden. Over time, this becomes a deep pattern, a quiet script your mind learned to follow, telling you that wanting care is asking too much, that speaking up is risky, and that your presence should take up as little space as possible. And as you grow older, that early silence becomes a form of armor, one that makes you second-guess your worth, apologize too often, or pull away the moment someone tries to get close. Carl Jung captured this truth when he said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because acceptance feels terrifying for someone who was taught through neglect to hide their own heart." You might feel uncomfortable when someone finally pays attention to you, not because you don't want connection, but because your nervous system was trained to expect neglect, not care. This pattern doesn't mean you are broken. It means you adapted to survive. It means your body learned to shut down rather than risk more disappointment. And your mind learned to stay quiet because it was safer than hoping for something better. Yet this awareness becomes the beginning of spirituality and spiritual development, a gentle return to the parts of yourself you once abandoned just to make it through. The numbness you sometimes feel isn't the absence of emotion. It's the shield you built to protect a heart no one protected for you. But now, as an adult, you can begin to soften that shield, to listen to the emotions you used to silence, and to give yourself the understanding you never received. You can learn to speak your needs without shame, to choose relationships where you are truly seen, and to trust that your feelings deserve space. Healing emotional neglect is not about blaming the past. It is about rewriting the inner script that tells you you're too much, too needy, or too sensitive. It is about replacing self-doubt with self-compassion, replacing fear with awareness, and allowing spirituality to guide you back to your own worth. And as you keep walking this path, remember the quiet lessons you were never taught, that your emotions are valid even when others ignored them, that needing connection does not make you a burden, that your voice deserves to be heard, and that every step you take toward emotional honesty is a step toward becoming whole again. 3. Being unseen disrupts identity formation. Being unseen quietly disrupts the very core of identity formation, because when a child grows up without emotional mirroring, they are left wandering through their inner world without a compass, unsure of who they are and unsure of how to interpret what they feel. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." Yet an ignored child never even gets the chance to meet themselves fully, because no one reflected their emotions back to them in a way that made sense. You might not realize this while it is happening, but every moment of being overlooked becomes a silent message. Your feelings don't matter. Your voice doesn't matter. Your presence isn't important. And slowly, this message becomes a belief, then a habit, and eventually a personality. As you move through life with this invisible wound, you may find that self-doubt follows you everywhere, not because you lack talent or strength, but because childhood taught you to question the legitimacy of your own experiences. When you were ignored long enough, your mind adapted by shrinking your needs, by suppressing your emotions, by convincing you that staying quiet was the safest choice. Psychologists call this internalized neglect, but spiritual wisdom reveals something deeper. When the soul is denied recognition, it begins to fracture, creating a fragile self-image that craves validation but feels unworthy of receiving it. That is why so many ignored children grow into adults who apologize for existing, who hide their accomplishments, who struggle to set boundaries, and who feel invisible even in crowded rooms. Jung understood this intimately, reminding us that loneliness does not come from being alone, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter. And this is exactly the prison an ignored child grows up inside, knowing they feel deeply, but never believing it is safe to express it. With each year, the patterns formed in silence become the script you unknowingly perform. You downplay your emotions because you once learned they would be dismissed. You hesitate to ask for help because you were taught you wouldn't receive it. You stay small because no one showed you how to take up space. And it isn't weakness, it is survival. The child who learned they were invisible simply became an adult who still doesn't know how to be seen. Inside, you lives that younger self, still carrying the belief that attention is dangerous, that needs are burdens, that love must be earned through silence and compliance. But the truth is that your soul was never meant to be diminished. You were never meant to live behind the shadow of neglect. And when you finally begin to understand how these wounds were formed, you also begin to see the path back to yourself, reclaiming the feelings you buried, acknowledging the worth you were denied, and giving yourself the validation, presence, and compassion that no one offered you when you needed it most. If this message resonates with you, declare it with confidence in the comments. I deserve to be seen, heard, and valued. 4. Coping mechanisms can appear as strengths, but hide pain. Coping mechanisms often look like strengths on the surface, but beneath them lies a quiet ache that began in childhood, when being ignored taught you that the only way to feel safe was to outperform your pain. Even though these traits make you appear capable and composed, they are rooted in wounds that were never given space to heal. Hyper-independence grows from a childhood where asking for help led to disappointment, teaching you that you must handle everything alone. People admire your self-sufficiency, but they do not see the exhaustion that comes from never feeling safe enough to lean on anyone. Perfectionism forms in the same silence, convincing you that if you do everything right, never cause problems, never show weakness, never make mistakes, then maybe you will finally be valued. Yet no matter how flawless you become, the fear of being overlooked lingers, because the perfection was never for joy, only for survival. People-pleasing develops as a final layer of protection, shaping you into someone who bends around the needs and expectations of others. You become agreeable, helpful, and endlessly available, because once long ago, wanting love or attention made you feel like a burden. So you learn to abandon yourself before anyone else could abandon you. Over time, these behaviors sink beyond personality into your nervous system, influencing how you breathe, how you walk into a room, and how you constantly scan for rejection before you even speak. This constant vigilance keeps you stuck in a loop where you overperform, overgive, and overthink, hoping someone will finally notice the pain beneath your strength. Yet the moment you recognize these behaviors as protective responses from a younger version of you who did their best to survive, something within you softens. This softening is the early step of spirituality and spiritual awakening, because healing is not only a mental process, it is a reunion with the forgotten child inside who still longs to be seen without conditions. With awareness, you begin questioning the old rules that once governed your life. The belief that you must earn love through silence, perfection, or usefulness. Slowly, you start practicing gentle acts of rebellion against these outdated beliefs by saying no without guilt, asking for help without shame, resting without apologizing, and allowing yourself to be imperfect without fear. Each of these small choices is you learning to love yourself differently than the world once loved you. Over time, the coping mechanisms that once hid your pain begin to transform into healthier strengths. Your independence becomes self-trust instead of isolation. Your kindness becomes compassion instead of self-erasure. Your attention to detail becomes grounded excellence instead of anxious striving. By healing the ignored child within, you do not erase your past. You rewrite its meaning. You show your younger self that they were never too much or too unimportant to be noticed. And you build a life where your strength comes not from fear, but from love, awareness, and the deep inner safety you are finally learning to give yourself. 5. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. The ignored child becomes the invisible adult. And when you have carried that silence for so many years, it shapes the way you move through life, quietly teaching you to dim parts of yourself just to feel safe. You may downplay your achievements without realizing it, brushing aside praise because being celebrated still feels foreign. And you may swallow your emotions out of habit, fearing that expressing them will lead to rejection the way it once did. You walk into conversations trying not to take up space. You hesitate before asking for help because your childhood taught you that needing anything made you a burden. And even in moments surrounded by others, you might feel a hollow emptiness inside, born not from loneliness, but from unmet needs that were never acknowledged when you were young. This inner emptiness can follow you into adulthood, influencing the jobs you choose, the relationships you accept, and the way you think about yourself. And without awareness, you may continue the cycle by ignoring your own feelings in the same way others overlooked you. Yet, the deeper truth is that this pattern is not a flaw in you, but a survival response that once helped you adapt to an environment where your emotional world had no place to land. The brain wires itself around what it repeatedly experiences, and when the experience is neglect, the mind learns to expect it, shaping beliefs that whisper, "Do not ask, do not feel, do not need." This is where spirituality and spiritual development begin to offer a path forward, inviting you to meet yourself with compassion instead of criticism, and to understand your wounds not as permanent scars, but as parts of your story that can be rewritten. When you begin to see your life as a journey of inner growth, rather than a reflection of what others failed to give you, you can begin nurturing the child within who longed for comfort and connection, offering yourself the warmth, patience, and attention you once needed so deeply. Through daily practice, you can slowly undo the inner pattern of invisibility by choosing small but powerful acts of self-recognition, pausing when you feel yourself shrinking, placing a hand over your heart when old fears resurface, or gently speaking truth into your own mind. My needs matter, my emotions are real, and I deserve to be seen. Over time, these moments become a new foundation, one where you no longer wait to disappear, but learn to take up space with confidence, honesty, and self-respect. The lesson you carry forward is clear. You are not the ignored child anymore, and you no longer need to silence yourself to feel safe. You are allowed to grow, allowed to heal, and allowed to step into a life where your presence is honored by others, and most importantly, by you. Leave your like and subscribe to our channel. And remember to turn on the notification bell so you never miss powerful insights like this. If this message resonates with you, type in the comments, "I am no longer invisible. I honor my worth." 6. Acknowledgement is a psychological necessity, not a luxury. You have to understand something fundamental. Acknowledgement is not a luxury in the life of a child. It is a psychological necessity that shapes the very foundation of identity. And when Carl Jung taught that the greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of the parents, he was pointing directly at the silent wounds that form when a child grows up emotionally unseen. When you were small, you didn't just need food or shelter. You needed safety, stimulation, and connection. And connection was the heartbeat of your developing mind, because it told you, in the most subtle spiritual wisdom, that you existed in someone else's world. When that acknowledgement was missing, the absence did not simply fade. It shaped your brain, it shaped your sense of worth, and it shaped what you believed about love. Research shows that without consistent emotional recognition, neural pathways develop in a way that prepares a child for neglect rather than support. And slowly, quietly, you begin to expect dismissal everywhere you go. A child who is not acknowledged learns to shrink long before they learn to speak. They walk into rooms already assuming that their presence is too much. They enter friendships feeling like a burden, and they grow into adulthood carrying an unconscious script that whispers, "Stay small so you don't get hurt." You may not notice it, but this becomes a lifelong pattern. You second-guess your ideas, you question your worth, and you celebrate nothing because you anticipate that no one will notice anyway. And this is not because you lack confidence. It is because your nervous system was taught that invisibility equals safety, and that emotional silence is easier than emotional rejection. Psychologists call this internalized neglect a schema, a mental blueprint created from repeated experiences of being overlooked. Over time, you learn not to ask for love, not to expect understanding, and not to believe that your needs matter. You grow up thinking that emotional connection is something other people deserve, not you. This is how the ignored child becomes the anxious adult, or the emotionally distant adult, or the high-functioning but deeply tired adult who carries wounds no one else sees. And yet, Carl Jung's teachings remind you that the shadow is not your enemy. It is the part of you that holds every unmet need, every silenced emotion, every truth you were afraid to claim, and it waits patiently until you are strong enough to turn toward it. When you look at this through the lens of spiritual wisdom, you realize something transformative. The ignored child inside you does not want attention. They want recognition. They want to be acknowledged the way they never were. They want someone finally to say, "You mattered then, and you matter now." And when you give yourself that acknowledgement, you begin a spiritual awakening, a return to wholeness. Because healing is not about changing the past, but about changing the meaning the past left inside you. You start rewiring your brain, soothing your nervous system, and rebuilding the emotional muscles that were never given the chance to grow. You step out of invisibility not because someone finally saw you, but because you learned to see yourself. 7. Healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation. Healing begins with self-recognition and the small, quiet acts of validating your own inner world. Because when you finally pause long enough to notice your emotions, your needs, and even your smallest victories, you begin giving yourself what no one ever gave that ignored child you once were. Transformation unfolds the moment you acknowledge the truth that your feelings were real all along. And by naming what you feel, instead of suppressing it, you slowly dismantle the old belief that your needs were a burden. As you gently turn toward yourself, spirituality becomes something lived rather than imagined, and your spiritual awakening deepens each time you consciously offer yourself the compassion you never received. This offering might look simple, a moment of rest when your body whispers for it, a small celebration of a quiet win, or a soft reminder that your worth does not depend on how much you endure. And with every one of these choices, you teach your nervous system that it no longer needs to brace for dismissal or rejection. Speaking up becomes an act of reclaiming yourself, because every time you say what you truly feel, you rewrite the old pattern that taught you to stay silent, to stay safe. Setting boundaries becomes a sacred responsibility, not an act of rebellion, as you let your mind and body relearn what safety feels like. Affirming your worth retrains the part of you that once believed love had to be earned through self-sacrifice. And with each boundary you hold, each truth you speak, each moment you choose not to abandon yourself, you send a new message to your inner child. You are seen. You are worthy. You matter. Over time, these consistent acts of self-respect merge into a profound energetic shift, reminding you that your healing is not only psychological, it's spiritual. And as you continue honoring your needs rather than shrinking them, you discover that the ignored child within you does not disappear. Instead, they rise with you, learning step by step what it feels like to be protected, valued, and finally loved by the one person who is meant to show up all along you. If this message helped you understand how healing begins with self-recognition and small acts of validation, take a moment to support our work by liking this video and subscribing to Spiritual Wisdom. And if you're ready to start honoring your own worth, comment below. I choose to validate myself. Your voice helps us create content that truly serves you. 8. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Breaking the silence creates generational change. Because when you have lived through childhood neglect, you carry an inner world shaped by moments where your needs were dismissed, your voice was overlooked, and your presence felt invisible. Yet that same wound often becomes the birthplace of extraordinary empathy. You move through life hyper-aware of others' feelings, sensing subtle shifts in tone or energy, because you once had to read the emotional weather just to feel safe. And this sensitivity, although born from pain, becomes a quiet superpower that guides your healing and your spirituality. You may hesitate to speak up or take up space, still expecting someone to ignore you. But with each step toward therapy, self-reflection, or conscious parenting, you are breaking the old pattern that told you your needs did not matter. This healing journey is not just personal, it is a form of spiritual development, because the moment you acknowledge your hurt, you reclaim your inner light, the part of you that always knew you deserved care, attention, and love. As you grow, you begin to understand that the child who was ignored learned to stay silent, not because they were weak, but because silence was survival. And now, as an adult, every act of self-expression becomes an act of rebellion against the past. You learn to name your emotions, to set boundaries, to say no when you need to. And each choice rewires the old belief that you are a burden. When you choose conscious parenting, whether with your own children or your own inner child, you refuse to repeat what hurt you, offering presence where there was once absence, offering patience where there was once dismissal, and offering tenderness where there was once confusion. And just like that, the cycle of emotional neglect begins to crumble, replaced by awareness, compassion, and connection. This transformation matters because healing yourself is not just about correcting the past, it is about shaping the future. When you allow yourself to be seen, when you speak the truth that was once locked inside you, when you let yourself receive the love you used to push away, you brighten the path for the next generation. You show them what emotional safety feels like, what visibility feels like, what unconditional support feels like. The ignored child you once were becomes the healer, the guide, the cycle breaker, proving that generational wounds can be rewritten. And from this journey emerge powerful lessons. You are allowed to exist fully. Your boundaries are valid. Your voice matters. Your sensitivity is strength. Seeking support is courage. And choosing healing is choosing a new lineage. Through this inner work, you become living evidence that silence does not have to be inherited, and that a neglected beginning can transform into a legacy of awareness, emotional wholeness, and spiritual awakening. In the end, the psychology of the ignored child reminds us that silence shapes the soul just as powerfully as words. When a child grows up unseen, they often learn to doubt their worth, to shrink themselves, and to expect neglect even long after childhood has passed. But awareness is the beginning of healing. When you recognize these patterns within yourself, you reclaim the right to be heard, to take up space, and to receive love without apology. If this message spoke to you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Your journey of healing and awakening continues here.